been so long. Come on in the room. Whoa, come on in the room. Yeah, so won't you come on in the room? Now you sing, come on in the room. Whoa, come on in the room. Yeah, we got so much to talk about. I said we got so much to talk about. I said we got so much to talk about. So won't you come on in the room? Come on. The funniest thing about that is like, oh, there are Black American diaspora wars. And it is the Northern Blacks and the Southern Blacks. And the funniest thing about that is Black Americans, all of us, have Southern origins. Shout out to the transatlantic slave trade. But the funniest thing, this song, every time I sing it, it just reminds me of how Southern all of us are. Like, it is so easy to like go into that because so much of our culture is just the South, like just Southern, how we speak. Even if I'm from the North, but it's like I can get into that drawl so easy because it's just like, hello, we just migrated, and for a lot of us who migrated, we escaped. We ran with Harriet Tubman. My people ran off of that Savannah, Georgia plantation and ended up in Philly because it was one of the first free cities for us to go to and live safe and free. Shout out to Philadelphia. But every time I sing that song, I'm like, we are all so Southern. So anytime when there's a Black American diaspora war, which is just like Southerners do this and Northerners do that, I'm just like, guys, we have the same origin. It's insane when that conversation comes up because I'm just like, we are all Southerns. Yes, you have been a generation or two in, Maine. No, I'm reaching, but, in Jersey, but we're all Southern. That's why it's so easy for us to get into that twang because we're all Southern. We're all Southern, honey. How we doing, Star Fam? Thank you all so much for joining me again for another live. I love our Friday lives. They are always so much fun. So this is what we're going to start off with, guys. We're going to first start off with, so this Love Island is just going to be positive podcasts. My God, today, I gave myself a break from yesterday because I have to be honest with you, Ace hurt me. Ace hurt me, and I just needed a break from the Love Island discourse because I wanted, this chat that we're doing is what I was supposed to talk about yesterday. No, the day before yesterday. And then Ace dropped that, Speedy dropped that interview with Ace, and it just took over everything. But I really just needed a break. I took a day and I worked on my real life stuff. Like I did my acting stuff. You know, I got myself in order. Like I just worked on my real life because I literally had to go touch grass because Ace really disappointed me. He really disappointed me because guys, that whole interview, that was so unnecessary. And honestly, it just showed his age. It showed what ego and envy can do to the mind because everything that he is talking about, that he is seeing and feeling, it is not happening. Like he is like his mind, envy, and ego are making up narratives that in situations and just facts that never happened. Never happened. And I'm sitting there listening to this kid not just tank his career, his girlfriend's career. Like, it's just so foolish, but it shows you how envy can rot the mind. And I feel so bad for him because he's absolutely going to regret this decision, especially later in life, because he's going to look at the people that he was hating on and see where they're at and where he could have been if he would have just kept cheering for them. So unfortunate. But I had to take a break. He really disappointed me. I had to take a break. But now I can talk about what I really wanted to talk about, which were the podcasts that a couple of our Love Island faves were on. And the first podcast we're going to talk about is Alandria, her podcast with Jason TARTICK. I will say this. I hate the fact that like the white podcasters are getting the best interviews with her. And this was a really good interview. Really, really good interview. The camera quality was amazing. Jason, what camera are you using? What camera are you using? Because the camera quality for that podcast was just flawless. Alandria looked amazing. Oh, that picture is terrible. The quality is terrible, but she looked amazing. I will say, I was like, why are you on a bikini top? But I forgot that this interview took place at when they were in the Hamptons, and they were in that influencer house. I don't know what that is. The kids love it. The kids, I think it's like a house where they just like influence. Let me know, Gen Z, what an influencer house is. But I think it's just a house where they like influence and stream all day. That sounds like hell. But that's what she was in. She was in the influencer house and she was doing like a bunch of interviews and streaming. Jason, who has a podcast about money and like finances and, you know, making good financial decisions, he interviewed Alandria, and this interview was mainly finance based, but it was really, really, really good. I will say, although like in all of the interviews that Alandria has done, she has let the audience know, no matter what the interview was focused on, she will let us know that she ain't never been thirsty and she ain't never have to fight for a man. She like right out the gate, she said she hated how she was portrayed. I won't say hated because she didn't say that. She just didn't think how she was portrayed on the show was accurate. She said, I am not thirsty, never had to chase a man. If I knew that Taylor was not into me, I would not have pursued him, and she was just like, I can have any man I want. I'd like, that's not a problem for me. So just to clear that up, before we start talking about money, Jason, I just want to let you know I can get any man I want. Pretty much. I know that's right, sis. She loves her mom. Her mom has been her greatest. Her mother has been her greatest supporter. She grew up with a single mom, but she lacked nothing. Like a lot of single Black mamas, her mom made it happen. Her mom made it happen. And she was just like, although we grew up like working class, she was like, I didn't really know that we were without. And I could relate to that so much because I used to think that I was middle class. I thought that I grew up middle class. It wasn't until I got older and I was like, oh my God, we're working class. But I just didn't know because we just didn't live like our class. If you guys are picking up what I'm putting down, like, you know, even if we lived in the projects, we had a really nice place. I remember my mom, she was like when we lived in the project, shout out to the Richard Allen projects. My mom, she said that they like people in the projects were like jealous of her because she had a house on the first, because she had an apartment on the first floor. And she was just like, back in those days, like you had to like know somebody or, you know, or you were paying more if you were able to get a house on an apartment on the first floor, because nobody wanted to use the stairway or the elevators because, you know, people were pissing them. And the project stairways and elevators were just like a mess. And she was just like, I could not believe that I was beefing with people in the project. She was like, these people are mad at me and feel like I got to come up because I got an apartment in the projects on the first floor. And she's just like, I'm stressed that I'm in the damn project. She's like, they're mad that I got a first floor apartment in the projects. We all need to be mad that we're here. Like, she was just like, I cannot believe that was my reality. But we just always lived really, really, really nice because my mom just like made it happen. Like we always lived in like a nice home, even if it was like public housing. We just always had really, really, really nice things. And my sisters and I were just not without because she just made it happen. And so I related to a lot of what Alandria was talking about because I just didn't know. I didn't know until like I was almost in college that, oh, I'm a poor kid. I'm like, oh, I'm poor. Oh, wow. I didn't know. Shout out to my mama. I did not know. She did such a good job. We were just like not aware. So I could really, really relate to that. She was just like a single mom. We didn't have it, but I didn't know. I didn't know. And shout out to her mother also, who was able to provide a life like that for her and her siblings as a teen mom. Wow. Modeling is absolutely her focus, and that's what she's going to focus on. Like she's always wanted to do it. Now she has the opportunity. So that is going to be her focus because Jason asked her about a lot of things that she wanted to do, like acting. And she's like, yeah, at some point I want to do acting and podcasting. Alandria, not right now. Please don't do podcasting. Y'all are all getting tripped up on these podcasts. Not right now, sweetie. I want you to just live and exist in this identity for a minute and find out how to navigate and find out what conversations that you can and cannot have. Find out who your audience is before you get the yapping, because those podcasts be getting people in trouble. So I'm glad that she's just focusing on modeling for right now. I would love to see her be a podcast host or just a host of her own show, probably in her mid-30s. I don't think right now is the best time for that. I feel like podcasting, just in my opinion, I feel like age and wisdom is, well, Joe Rogan, Theo Von, never mind. Do what you're going to do, girl. Do what you're going to do. She also says that she was working with photographers back home because modeling was her passion and what she really wanted to do, but she just always wanted to do it on a bigger scale. And now she is able to do that. And she's so thankful for Nick and how he has made sure to open up doors for her. A man that's scamming is getting her money. That's crazy. What scammer makes somebody else money? It never happens. But anyway, she's just thankful for him and how he has really, she wanted to do that. He made it happen for her. So that is going to be her focus. She says she honestly went on the show to find love. She had been single for 5 years. She was dating and it just was not working out for her. She said fame was not on her mind. She knew the show had been really successful. She just didn't see her being a part of that. And the show had just kept on asking for her to come on. And she was just like, you know what? I've been unlucky in finding love the way that I have been doing it. She said she prayed and she said, Lord, if this is what you want from me, I will clear up my schedule and I will make myself available to do this show. And the opportunity came around and she went after it because she went on this show, her words, to find her husband. I said, all right, girl. All right, girl. She's thankful that she didn't receive what she wanted. And basically she said that what she was saying was she's thankful that her and Taylor didn't work out because here she is now with Nick. She said she would love to have, if she would do another reality TV show, she would love to do a show that just focuses on Nick and her and Nick and their love. Keep in mind, this was a lot earlier before all of these things happened, where now these two are now pulling back their relationship. So she said this earlier. I don't know if she still would want to do a reality TV show based off of their relationship with the way they're moving now. She said when she worked at her job, her elevator sales job, she was nervous when she finally booked the show. She was nervous about leaving because she was just like, listen, I am the eldest daughter. You know, my mom is a single mom. I help out with my family. Point blank, period. She said, and I also live a certain kind of life because I was really good at my sales job and I got really nice bonuses and I would splurge and take care of myself. But I also took care of the bills and I also have, I helping out siblings or whatever. And she was just like, even though she wanted to do this show, she was not going to do it if it was going to put her job in jeopardy. And she said that everybody at her job, even HR, because they were big fans of the show, they said, girl, go do it. Your job is here. Not only did they secure her job, they said, we're not going to post a job opening. Nobody will work that position. We're going to hold this job for you. And they gave her paid leave. So she was set up. And the reason why she talked about that is because Jason's podcast is a financial podcast. And she was just saying, if she knew that she was not going to be able to be financially stable after the show, she would not have done it. He also talks about if she's frugal or not. She says she is. She said, I do, like I said before, she talked about getting her bonus from her job, but she was just like, I do splurge on some things for my bonuses. But she just said, I am frugal because when I don't get those bonuses, when she gets the bonuses, she buys a really nice thing. She said, but in between that time, she makes sure her bills are paid and whatever else is left over, she might get herself some stuff from Shein. And she said, as long as you style it right, it can look expensive. And she also gave a shout out to Vogue because she was just like, I got a shout out from Vogue and I was in Shein. So I was doing something right. Yes, you were, sis. Toot. She said she brought 4 suitcases to Love Island, and her suitcases were so heavy she had to pay an extra $100 to bring 4 suitcases because she didn't want to repeat any outfits. She said Nick takes care of her financially. She said that he flexes on her financially all the time. He makes sure that she is taken care of financially, and his family, the scamming family, makes sure that she is secure financially. Everybody in that family is making sure that she eats. This goes back into, guys, with the last live, my Love is Blind UK live, how I said I'm not auditioning for no family. They should know who the hell I am. Clear example. Nick's family, his mama knows who OHLANDRIA is. And she is not going to let that boy mess up that situation for him or for that whole family. So that entire family is auditioning for her. They're showing her the kind of in-laws they are going to be to her so that she can feel safe and don't want to go anywhere. Because even though the guy is the draw, the family, it has to be the draw as well. The woman has to want to not only be with that guy, but want to be within this family and create life within this family. This is how it should be. They are looking out for her as well to let her know not only will you be safe in this family, you will be taken care of in this family. And they're supposed to be scammers. What scammers put money in your pocket? The whole family. The whole family is putting money in her pocket. And that boy want to say they scamming? I cannot stand that light-skinned Rumpelstiltskin. He really disappointed me. He really disappointed me. This part broke my heart because I just don't know. I just don't know where this relationship is. She loves Shelly. Loves her. She said, that is my sister. She spoke so highly of her, called her soul sister, said that she will not. She said not only would she love to go into business with her, she would love to be her roommate she would love to be roommates with her in LA. She wants to get money with her, and she wants to further and deepen their friendship. And Rumpelstiltskin messed that all up. Didn't I say that a lot of y'all are sleeping with your biggest op? Oh, this broke my heart. I gotta take this picture down before I cry. I gotta take that picture down before I cry. The only thing I disagree with her on, but again, she's Gen Z, so we'll let her grow. She wants to do a collab with Skims. She shouted out Skims, and she wants to do a collab with them because she really looks up to Emma Grede, who is the creator of Skims. Kim just came on to be like a big brand ambassador and co-owner, but Emma Grede had already created Skims, and she really, really looks up to her. Here's the thing. That's why I said, Olandria, don't do a podcast. You have to realize first who is your community and who is not just the fan base, but who is your hive. Like, who are the people who are going to sell out whatever you put up, right? Who are the people who, if you ever were to do a concert, will not only travel to different countries to see you perform, but will dress up as Woody from Toy Story to support you because that's how much they love you. First, figure out who is your hive before you start making certain decisions. I would back away from Skims if I were you. That's all I'll say. That's all I will say. Optics are very important. She said she let Nick know that she is dating to marry. She let him know she's dating with intention. She's very clear about what she wants. And she also mentions that Nick's parents were married for 35 years. And that's what she will like as well. Like she sees that is possible, and that is what she desires. And she likes the fact that she is seeing such a healthy relationship from somebody who she is currently dating. That was very important to her. All of that I got out of this interview with Jason Tartick from The Bachelorette. Who would have thought? It was a really, really, really good interview. I knew some stuff, but a lot of other things were insightful. Really, really good interview. I'm going to talk to you guys for about 5 minutes about this podcast, and then we will hop into the next podcast. Let me put on my timer. There we go. There we go. Hey, hey, wonderful life. How are you in all day finesse? Megan K said, my TikTok. Oh, speaking of Megan, did her show drop yet? Meghan Markle? Sorry. Duchess of Sussex. Yes, it dropped. I'm gonna watch that tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna watch that tonight. Oh, am I still on? Oh, where'd it go? Oh, we're here. Sorry. Megan said, my TikTok and Twitter have been dragging Mighty Mouse. Good. Good. He deserves it. He deserves it. What's its purpose? That it's obvious now that the only ones who got a bad edit were Ola and Shelly. Everyone's true colors showed. My God, today at this point, I'm like, did the producers protect Ace? Jesus, I cannot believe he did this. Shoni said, did anyone watch the Taylor and Clark? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He was not lying about that kid feeling. He was not lying. Now, again, he's 25. That's very young. So I will give him that. But it's like Taylor is too young. You're 25, not 16. This is very weird. Alexis said, Brian liked and quickly unlike a comment where someone basically said, so what if he went to the show for money? Paraphrasing. Of course. Of course he did. Arcada said his mom commented that he won the 100K and was such a gentleman. He shared the money. He did that for optics. That boy would have kept it. He kept that money and bought a Rolex. I hope that it was pre-owned. Hey, love yourself. Thank you for being here. Hey, Jimmy. Jimmy said, I've been legitimately sad about the NICOLANDRIA attack from Ace. I need to touch grass. Yeah, I was. I was. That was just because, guys, I think it was just so unnecessary. It was like he sneaked punched us. It was like a sneak jump. Like he jumped us out of nowhere. It was just so weird. Megan said, if there's a season 8, many rules and regulations need to be applied and changed. It already is. If this show isn't canceled, it's not going to be the same show. Ace will make sure of that. This season was popular for the wrong reasons. Amen. Hannah said, all I want is for Shelly and Chellandria to be safe. Same. Yes, please. Like the video, fam. Like the video. Denise said, I know he brought that Rolly and Amaya some truffle pasta. That's it. Truffle pasta. Yes, I think the tambourine is in Atlanta, guys. Don't worry. I think I'm going to go to Atlanta before Christmas and get all of my stuff. I'm not going to be there long. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be in the South under fascism. Absolutely not. I'm not leaving my blue state for too long. I can't. Pepe said, hey, Nikki and family, currently getting my knotless boho braids courtesy of my sister. You're so lucky. Y'all tell me I'm not the only one that goes in and out of sleep when getting braided. Woke up just in time. Oh, I am fully knocked out because I'm tender-headed. So I just knock myself out. I do not like being alert while getting braids because I'm such a baby with that. Hannah said, to tell the truth, I really don't care about Amaya and Brian. They scammed us and won. Yeah, I never did. Like I said, I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be mad if they won. I didn't think they deserved the win, but they weren't problematic to me. Like that problematic as Huda. Like Huda should have never stayed on that show after the first episode. Shoni said, we came here for love and left with emotional distress. You're right. Zora said, Nikki, last live you were talking about, you were from LA, right? Why would you make me remember that? I gotta go to Philly. I cannot believe I said that. I have got to go to Philly. Free Shelly. I hope not, Jimmy. I hope not. Hey, Rosh. Rosh said, hey, Nikki, are you allowing people to come up today? Oh my God. Do you want to come up? Hold on. What's going on? What just happened? Oh Lord, Rosh, what happened? Oh my gosh. Guys, if you have not reached out to me before, please let me know on the chat or something if you sent me a message and I didn't get it, because Rosh, you went to my request, because I don't think we ever spoke before. Hey. Wait, Rosh, are you the one who was just like, everybody's moving mud? They're moving mud. Yes. Yes, we talked about that. I'm reading this. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, Rosh. Okay. So here's the thing, Rosh. I am going to, like you said, I'm going to do research on it. I want to save your message because that is something that I want to talk about. And we're just going to do a live specifically about that topic because it is important. But because I haven't like properly done enough research, I don't want to talk about it right now. But we are going to do that. And I want to respond to you in my Instagram chat. Thank you so much. Um, Let me get a couple more comments. I'm going to get the super chat and then I want to move on to the next podcast. Nonsense behavior. Thank you for the super chat. Nonsense behavior said Shelly's true. Okay. I cannot stand y'all, but I think you're right. I think you're right. I definitely needed to break Jennifer. It was too much. It was too much. Arcada said, Ace, you already had the niche, the Black Love brand. Why? What made him think that smacking his friend would be well received by the Black audience? Core 4 was a strong brand, and you and Nick could have worked together. It's because he's red pilled, guys. Red pilled Black people are extremely detached from the Black community. He thought that because he was Black, that we were just going to be like, oh my God, Ace is right. Because red pilled Black people think very low of Black people. And they think that they're a superior Black, right? Because they're very red pilled, but they don't know that they are ingesting a lot of eugenics from these streamers and these podcasters who are just reciting Nazi propaganda to them. So Ace thought that because we're Black, we were just going to believe him and not Nick, because Nick is the evil white man. And we're just like, no, it's not even do we believe him or do we believe you? We saw what happened. We saw what happened. So what are you talking about? You are lying. But because he thinks so little of us, he thought that we would just instantly believe him. Shoni said, someone said that Ace is upset that Nick and Ola fell into the fairy tale storyline that he had planned for him and Shelly. Absolutely. And more so, Ace is jealous that Alandria is getting the love and support from a white man that he thought that he should get. That's another thing that we really need to talk about in the Black community, about not only how some Black men are jealous of Black women, but how they get extremely envious of Black women if they get a certain preferential treatment from white men, because Black men like that desperately desire to be white men's number one. They desperately desire to be the top pet. They desperately desire to be invited to their table. If they look over at the table and a Black woman is sitting at that table, they get so envious and deadly. It is very, very, very scary. And that is what's happening with him. He's seeing Alandria live out the life that he thought that he should have. Because remember, he's mad that Nick is supporting Alandria the way that he thinks that Nick should be supporting him. I cannot believe all these black men are in love with Nick. What is going on? Does Nick know that he is such a hot commodity with the black male community? My God, today. My God, today. Child, not Nick being a black man's dream. Hannah said, that is crazy that Olandria is allowed to talk freely about herself. That's so crazy. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I'm like, I cannot believe these white people are getting the best interview. And they're just literally speaking to her with kindness and care. Art World said also the rollout of their photo shoot. You know, we are going to talk about that photo shoot. I saw that photo shoot and I was like, free my girl, Shelly. Free my girl, Shelly. Carrie said Ace was upset that he was number 4 in the core 4, so he came to destroy. Absolutely. 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 Anthony said, this is a PR move from Ace Essence, the interview, Royal Crown. Yeah, all for clout and to make America think they're the best couple. Never will and won't work. It's very stupid, Anthony. They were so much stronger together. So whoever is advising them is not smart. Is not smart. Ice Macchiato said, yeah, she can do other things right now, not podcasting. I don't want her to do that. She got to sit in this for a minute. She got to sit in this. Beyonce is successful because she stopped talking to us. Best thing to do as a black woman is shut up. This is the thing, Star Family. I love y'all. The minute I get my series regular, I'm sorry. We are shutting this review channel down. Absolutely not. I keep on letting y'all know because this is a prophecy. Yeah, that's why I made Nikki.Star at home. So y'all can have somewhere to find me. And yes, I will be on that channel with a different accent and a lot of money. It's okay. Support me. Support me in my scam like we're supporting Olandria. Support me in my scam. I will absolutely be like, hi, Star Family. Today, we're going to be hanging out with the Duchess of Sussex. Support me. Support me. I'm yapping right now because I'm living off of residuals. When I signed that contract with one of them big 3 networks, you think I'm going to pull an ace? Absolutely not. I don't have an opinion on nothing. What? I love white America. I might even pop out with a white man. Support me. Support me. I would love to watch them do a travel show. That great idea, Miranda. That great idea. Absolutely. They didn't want her to leave. They didn't want her to leave. They said, girl, go do what you're going to do. Not they held her job, Simone. They held the job for HR. Told her to leave. So that means that company loved her and knew that she would probably do amazing. Held that job for her and gave her paid leave. What? Arcadis said, whatever their status, I only hope that they're being transparent with each other. Absolutely. We don't matter. We're already here. We're already here. Whatever they do, we'll buy. None of us needs that lip gloss, that lip kit. We're just buying it because of her. Who the hell is Kalani's Keenies? We don't know. We're just buying it because of her. We're just buying it because of her. They don't owe us anything. Alexa said, meanwhile, Brian's mom saying how he was a man for splitting a man. Girl, the mothers, please don't get involved in this, especially when your kids are not like the internet is brutal. Lorena said, hey, Nikki. Hey, Lorena. Everything looked expensive. When she said she in, I said, oh, you got an art. You have a talent. Oh, they're both very mindful. And he makes sure to look out for her. I love that. Scam me. Scam me. Hey, Miss Brown Sugar, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Alma said, I am borderline jealous. To find a man that loves you with the family that cares for you, oh, God has her. Absolutely, because that's not the norm, guys. That's not the norm. But that's how it should be. That man and that family is auditioning for her. Because see, this is the thing. I'm not saying, oh, I'm not doing this for that family because they should know who I am. the thing about it is, I'm saying the family should know what's a prize and an asset you are to their family. So that is why his family is treating her that way, because they know that she will be a blessing to that bloodline. That's what I'm saying. That's how you should be treated, like like you will be a blessing to the bloodline. They know who Alandria is. Her mother saw that anointing on that girl. First episode out, she said, I want that for Nick. That's what everybody is forgetting. The mother started Nicolandria. She said, that's her. That's it. That's who I want for my boy. And his sister got on board and said, that's who I want as my sister-in-law. And then when her mother clocked in and said, girls, let's go, girls, it was a wrap. It was a wrap. No, they don't. And here is why. They are young. It's reality TV. If they were housewives, they would have got their luggage paid for. But, these kids don't know anything. These kids do not know anything. These kids also do not know that the show should be paying them for the outfits that they're using. They do not know that they can be getting residuals for those outfits. That's why they get people who are not in the business to be on these shows. Every outfit that Alandria wore, she should have been getting paid for it, because that is costuming. But they don't know that. And they know not to ask for that. That is why they're hired for those shows. That's what it is. Thank you, Amma. They really said, what's your bride price? I know that's right. Yeah, it's courtship. The whole family has to court you. Absolutely. The family's, how are they scamming and the family's locked in? Crazy work. Crazy work. Anyway, I want to get back into the comments, but let me move on to the next podcast, and then we'll spend the rest of the night. Rosh, I hope you got my message. I'm serious about that. I wanted to talk about that a while ago. The next podcast we are going to talk about is We Play in Spades with Nick Cannon. So earlier this week, I believe, or maybe the end of last week, Nick and Taylor were on Nick Cannon's podcast called Playing Spades with one of his best friends. I was overstimulated. I was like, how could... I don't know how Nick Cannon at his big age can just be so activated. I'm like, how are you not overwhelmed? I was overstimulated. It was so much happening in that podcast from Nick Cannon alone. It was so much going on. I will also say this, as somebody who grew up watching Nick Cannon, I am absolutely gagged that this is his life. I would have never thought that this is where Nick Cannon would be. He has 50 children. I would have never thought that he will have 50 children and 175 baby mamas. And being a do-rag, yelling at kids 20 years younger than I was watching this this is Nick Cannon, the star of all that. They used to call him the next Eddie Murphy. Anyway, let's get into the podcast. He was like the young Eddie Murphy. I remember that Teen Bop magazine article. I got it because of him. Taylor is so comfortable on camera. You would have thought that him and Nick Cannon, first of all, you would have thought that him and Nick Cannon were the same age. My God, today, Nick Cannon, you need to stop making all them kids, and you need to drop a skincare routine. You and Taylor look the same age. Anyway, Taylor was just you just would have thought that he had known Nick Cannon his whole life. Every interview that I've seen him in since the villa, he is so comfortable, such a natural, so just easy on camera. which I'm absolutely so gagged about. Nick, you could tell, was nervous. Nick, like when Nick's nervous, he's always laughing. He's like, like Nick does this nervous laugh all the time, and he doesn't know where to hold his hands. Him and Alandria have the same thing. He's just a bit more extroverted, but they both get very, very nervous. But Taylor was so cool. He had really great banter with Nick Cannon, just with everybody. I'm like, oh, I just wish he was a better person, because I could really see him doing a lot of great like things within TV, maybe even acting. I don't know. He's really, really, really comfortable in front of the camera. The questions that Nick Cannon was asking Nick made me uncomfortable. It was really weird. And Black men, you do this a lot, and it's very, very odd. It's like y'all make Black women some weird trophy for white men. And it's like y'all congratulate them for getting like the prize Black women, because like Nick Cannon, all of his questions and comments to Nick were so focused on him being with Alandria or being attracted to Black women or liking Black women. And it was just like, what is that? Like, why are you just, out of everything that happened in the show, like, why are you still there? Oh, you know he like Black women. Oh, I know that's right. You like him Black? You like him dark? Ew. It was weird, Nick Cannon. It was so weird, because you know he got a Black woman, so he got to do it like this. Oh, you like that? Then you got to get some seasoning, and then you got a Black woman. It's like this weird, like minstrelly Blackness performance from a Black person. I hope I'm explaining it correctly, but it was so off-putting seeing him act like this in front of Nick. It was just like, it's like how suburban Black kids perform inner city Blackness. I won't say suburban Black kids. No, suburban Black kids in general, how they perform inner city Blackness to non-Black people or Black people who are not inner city. It's just like this weird performance. And it was just so uncomfortable. And Nick was uncomfortable. Like, how was he going to answer these racially charged questions? It was just weird. And I'm just like, you're this older guy that these young boys look up to because you've just been in the business for so long. You've just been a very a Black person that they've seen a lot because you were a Black person in the media. So I just thought it was just very weird how he handled this interview. When he put down the minstrelly Blackness performance, he actually asked some really great questions and got some really good answers from Nick and Taylor. And I'm just laughing because in my notes I said, aside from the minstrelly, I did enjoy the interview. It was fun. There were some really fun moments when Nick finally got comfortable with Nick Cannon and the other host. There was also this one moment where Nick Cannon has said something that I forget what it was, but it was something that Alandria would not have been happy about. But it was something about like getting your girl to do something. And Nick Cannon put his hand up to high five Nick. And Nick high-fived him, which he thought about it. He was like, no, I take it back. No, I don't mean that. It was cute. It was a really fun interview, aside from the minstrelly. There also was some fun age gap moments because Nick Cannon was asking about movies that they've seen. And, there's some movies as a Black person, you're just all going to see culturally, like no matter your age, every Black person is going to see the 5 Heartbeats. Like those are certain movies, but then there just are certain movies that you're just not going to see because it's just not popular at the time when you were young. And so they were asking him about, they asked him if they saw Baby Boy, and they did not know what he was talking about it, and and then it got really, really quiet. And it all got really, really quiet because Nick was like, "Oh yeah, little baby, the little baby movie, the little baby movie," and everybody was just like, "Little baby movie, little baby movie," and Taylor was just like, "Oh, baby movie!" Like, it was just really funny because it was a cultural conversation, but because there was such like a big age gap, no, they couldn't catch on to it. And then Nick threw his 2 cents in and confused everybody even more. And then you could see the moment where everybody got it. And that, like, stuff like that was fun to see. We also learned, and this might be why Nick and Ace have some problems, because Taylor was talking about how Ace was a menace in the villa, and Nick was talking about how he had to crash out on Ace a few times because he was just like, Ace likes to little bro people, but he can't little bro me. And I was just like, maybe that's where the problem started, because Ace is used to being dominant. He likes being dominant. And I think he likes to be the HNIC in his friend group. But he can't be that with Nick, right? Nick is pretty much an independent, somebody who can't be controlled, but he will be your friend equally, but you can't control him. So I'm probably thinking that that's where probably a lot of their issues started, because Ace can't lead Nick, and that's what he mentioned. And that maybe, and him mentioning it maybe, was an ego check for Ace, and that's why he decided to do this foolishness. And here's where it gets creepy again. Nick Cannon, he asked, no, because I tried to correct what I just said. If you don't know this, I'm actively trying to relearn my accent because my acting has like made me kill it. And so I'm like actively trying to relearn it, but my mind tries to flip back to the correct way of saying things. So I'm going to say the words that I wanted to say in the way I say it in my Philly accent. So that's why I just wanted to let you know that's why I'm correcting myself. What did I want to say? What did I want to say? Oh, so this is where it gets creepy. Nick asked them, if they would eat. Hold on. Nick Cannon, who is 44 years old, will be turning 45 in October. He asked this 24-year-old and 25-year-old male if they would eat coochie in front of their mom for $20 million. Why is that even a question in your mind as a 44-year-old father of a billion children, half of whom are daughters? And why is that a question that you think is appropriate to ask of men who are 20 or so, 20 years younger than you? And on your podcast, I was so thrown off by that. It was so weird. I'm just like, you're a grown man. These are very young men. Well, I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't you lead out in a different way? I don't know. It was just very weird to me. And they both struggled to answer that. When the young people are like trying to think twice about how to respond to a question that you ask, it's because the question is just really way off base and like out of touch. So weird. They answered it, but it was just like, it was like Chandler answered it to like be funny and like get out of it, but it was just very awkward. And you could tell he made the both of them uncomfortable. His big age. But then he gives, like, this is the thing. Nick goes into like this minstrel, and then he goes into the Nick Cannon that I remember, and he gave them really, really good advice about fame and how to adjust to the new reality. He let them know you got to take some breaks. You got to take time, especially for you guys. So this is very new and very, very quick. He said you got to take some breaks, but you also have to realize, do you want this? Because if you take too long of a break, you're going to miss it, and you might not be able to catch it. He said, the way that I'm also able to handle the fandom is by realizing that these are the people that support me and allow me to be able to do what I love. So I have to think of them that way, and that helps me be able to make the connection so that I can properly handle those fan interactions, because they can be scary. So I really thought that was great advice. When they were playing the game, Nick had no idea what he was doing. They were playing spades. Nick didn't know what he was doing. He was throwing out everything. They clowned him the whole game. There were some fun moments there. Nick just smiled through the directions because he was lost. He didn't know. The female host, who was Nick's best friend, asked if Nick and Taylor wait. I don't know what the hell I wrote. If they were... I don't know what I wrote there, but it was something important, and that's okay. Then Nick asked him what their celebrity hall pass. Sometimes I'll be typing too fast. What their celebrity hall pass was. Taylor says Beyonce, and Nick was like, "Oh, you like a," and Nick Cannon was like, "You like a mature woman. You think you can handle all that?" This was funny. Taylor said his celebrity hall pass was Beyonce. Nick says, "That's a mature woman. You think he can handle all that?" And Taylor was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Oh, I forgot. You Cowboy Carter. Of course you can handle that." I thought that was a fun moment. And then Nick was like, "I see, because you got your boots on the ground." Because Taylor loved them big boots. It's his culture. I'm not going to judge it. I'm not going to judge it. Nick Marcel said that his celebrity hall pass was Olandria, and they were like, of course. And they tried to make him, say another person, but he stood 10 toes down for his Olandria. And then at the end, they all had like a rap freestyle session, because Nick was just like, they got to audition for him if they want to be on Wildin' Out, because Marcel said that he wants to be on Wildin' Out. And Nick Cannon was just like, "Well, can y'all freestyle? Y'all gotta let me know. Y'all gotta show me what y'all can do." And they actually both did really, really good, especially Marcel. Marcel did really, really good. So I think we're going to see them on Wildin' Out soon, and very soon. All in all, this podcast had good moments. Nick Cannon just made it weird at times, but I thought it was fun. I like to see them doing more fun podcasts, because it's just like this season has been so draining to the watchers and to the contestants. So it was good to see these guys have a good time. That is all I want to say. Let me hop into the comments for 5 minutes, and then we will move on. Me too. Well, of course he ruined it for her. He's jealous of her as well. Of course he did. I hope she realized that soon. He's also jealous of you, honey. Nonsense behavior. Thank you for the super chat. Nonsense behavior said Ace was trying to do a Cordina, but one thing about Cordell, he never disrespected any woman and solely focused on Serena and the Cheez-Its deals. Sure did. Kimberly said, "Not a white man." Thank you for the super chat. Kimberly, you better defend me and my white man. Don't play. Zora, thank you for the super chat. Zora said, "I think we need to have a convo about how, in the name of defending Ola from Misogynoir," thank you, folks are leading into Misogynoir to denigrate Shelly, while pedestalizing Nick. No grace for her. It's heartbreaking. We talked about it a bit, and I think one of my last lives, but that's why I was just saying we have to make sure not only are we decolonizing our mind, we are also decentering men, because Shelly hasn't said and done anything. So I don't even know why she's being brought up. Like, it makes no sense. Now, I think people are expecting for her because her man embarrassed, and again, thank you for bringing this up, Zora. Because her man embarrassed her best friend publicly, they are all thinking that she should respond publicly and denounce what Ace did. I absolutely get that, but we also have to realize that this young woman has a team. Ace does not. Shelly has she signed with a top agency. She signed to that agency, so she can't make the kind of moves. She can't do something that would jeopardize this agency relationship, and I wouldn't either. Now, I hope and pray that she says something to Alandria in private. That's where it should start. Say something to your friend in private. You know what I mean? Address your man. Tell your man he got to fix that, right? And then talk to your management and talk to your agent and be like, listen, I really want to say something. I did not like what Ace did. I'm getting all this heat. My friend is getting all of this heat. How can I navigate this? And also, it just happened, guys. It just happened. And if she does the smart thing, which is to get out of this relationship with this boy and separate herself from him and his nonsense, that is going to be very difficult to do. Because I think she really likes him and he really, really likes her. And so that's going to be very difficult to do. So I'm saying, get a girl some grace, give her some time. We don't know the moves that she's making. We don't know if she's contacted Alandria or not. Like, give her some grace. I would love for the fan base to give Shelly the same grace that they give Nick. I don't know why she's not deserving of that. I don't want to assume. But we can't be so quick to throw our own away when we keep on giving the oppressor a billion chances. Thank you so much for that, Zora. Jimmy said, it's like Nick said, Ola is loyal to people who don't return it. Even her mom said that. Her mom said that about her. Arcada said, at least she mentioned the Black woman co-founder, though. Yeah, I think that's why she likes. She didn't mention Kim. I think that's why she likes it. She sees, and I don't know if this lady is Black, but she sees somebody who is not white doing something like inspiring to her. I get it. Alexa says, honestly, Chellandria has been tainted so bad, it will never hit the same as it did on Monday night when they were cheering for them at the reunion. I think they can get it back. I think they can. Miss Marsuga said, I mean, I don't use Skims, but I know a lot of Black women who love those products. And I also like that she was so savvy and informed about the Skims co-founder. I learned something new. I think so as well. But here's the thing. We're under fascism. And that family has become poster childs for fascism. And it's only going to get worse. So I would just say, don't align yourself with people whose downfall is coming. And they're going to take everybody down with them. Everybody's going to be associated with them. Because right now, MAGA, and, all of the people who are just, this is what we wanted. This is what we voted for. Everybody is chilling. They're having a good time. They think they're safe. They have no idea what's coming because the pendulum always swings back. And they will all be held accountable. So that's what I'm saying. Don't align yourself with that family. Even if you got to let go of Skims. Don't do it, because when they come down, everybody who cheered for them is going down as well. I think so too. Silky said that Jason interview was one of her best interviews. She seemed the most comfortable. I absolutely agree. Anthony said Nick needs to drop Ace, Brian Taylor, and Pepe. Meanwhile, Alandria needs to drop Ace as a friend. Not sure about Shelly yet, but she gets a side eye from me. I don't think she should get a side eye because of Ace. I don't think that's fair. And also, what did Pepe do? Pepe has been a day one Nicolandria stan. Why are we mad at Pepe? Is he just collateral damage, Anthony? You're strict. Dorothy said, Nick and Alandria need to safeguard their relationship from the public. I heard they are not doing any more joint interviews. I think that would be smart. This girl, Cassie, hey, said Amaya won that I think they should change how it's decided who gets the money. If they do that, they have to remove the America voting. And because, it was everybody interacted so much with the votes this season, I don't think that they're going to drop that, although they need to, because America can scam the vote. Jimmy said, I'm sorry, but how could Alandria trust Shelly when she's with Ace and friends with Sierra? I would never be able to confide in her. Sorry. And that is absolutely understandable. But we also have to realize we don't know these people. And we don't know the conversations that they've had. We don't know how their friendships operate or are actually set up. We don't really know. So until Alandria says something, I'm riding with Chellandria. Oh, mama, it's 20 people asking like questions to one person, but it's instead of one person, it's Taylor and Clark. It's very, it's very kiddie. Very, very kiddie. Love Like You Are said, clock it. And if Love Island USA was sexually fluid this season, remember, we were like, I think she's going to get with Sierra. Zora said, I think we need to be careful about who we allocate grace to, white folks and who we don't. I see a lot of comments about not trusting Shelly, but we don't know what she thinks. And Ace's interview hurt her too. I do agree. No, I don't think so. I think the fan base has become just very abnormal. The parasocial relationships that these people are trying to make with them is scary. It's very, very, very scary. Yes, please. Everyone like the live. Everyone like the live. Simply Simone said, it's bad when people in the shade room comments are praying for Nick and his mental health. He done broke the timeline. Oh, we hate to see Big Belgian cry. Brown Girl 44 said, I just remember how much Nick's family loved Ace. My heart is broken over what Ace ruined. Imagine a special episode where Ace and Shelly go visit Nick's family. Like, the frontal lobe matters. Jimmy said, Ace definitely had a whole vision in his head about how this was going to go for him. Cordell part 2. Absolutely. And he didn't realize that just because it didn't look like Cordell and Serena did not mean it would not have the same come up. Like, you had a much better come up. If we're being honest, he tanked it all. What's his purpose on now? I wonder if Ace coupled up with Shelly because he actually liked her, or was he trying to recreate? Ooh, see what's happening, Ace? Now we're speculating everything. Hannah said Ace thought Nick would put him above Alandria. Nick refused to do that, which is a good thing, in my opinion. Absolutely. You want a man that chooses you over his friends. Men should put their girlfriends above their friends. I absolutely agree. Eva said, I don't think anyone should bash Shelly at all, but your partner can be a reflection of you. If your partner is moving funny, then maybe you too. I can agree with that. Ross said, bro, everyone goes in there for a bit of moolah. Like even Alandria remembers she wanted to do modeling. So the word scamming means nothing. They all go on there for the love of money. True. Like you're not going to go on TV if you don't expect something out of it. Guys, I cannot be on here being free. I'm under contract. I'm not going to be Ace. I'm not messing up that contract money. Amma said, I feel like some black men want the power that white men have, and with Ace, it shows. but it's not what he thinks it is. Nick and Ola are popular because they're cute. Simple as that. Ace and Shelly were too. Nick and Alandria are popular because of Black women. Because we are finally seeing a man in the media treat a Black woman the way we believe and desire to be treated. That's it. Everybody's hung up on race. I get it, but that is not why Black women are here. Black women are not supporting this couple because we want to be loved on by a white man. We want to be loved on by a man like that. That's what we're saying. That's what we're telling you, that this is what you should be doing. That's it. The guy that's doing it just happens to be white. Yes. Will that protect me? Because I might just do that. I might just do that. Jennifer said, we support you anywhere, Nikki. Thank you. Amma said, you're so real, Nikki. I always tell my friends that if they see me on Love Island, that they should just hype me up. Please, let me get the money. Support me out loud and question me in silence. Absolutely. Absolutely. Miss Lou said, I can see Shelly being advised to distance herself from Ace. As she should. I'm telling you, that is not your husband. That is not your husband, and you are still very young. Go after every opportunity. Cut that man, because if it was the other way around, he would have did it to you. Don't play. Yeah, she's the star. We like Nick because she likes him. I hate to say it, but if they break up and she say that he was foul and mistreated her, he's out of here. She's the star. She's the star. I don't know why everybody is tripping. Oh, she's just doing it because it's a white guy. No, it's all Alandria. Megan K said, what Ace fails to realize is that it was never going to be him. Thank you. Because he was not and is not likable. He was liked because of Shelly. And this is another thing he doesn't get, Megan. He was disliked because of how he treated Shelly. Alandria and Shelly were the stars. They are the reason why we were there. They are the reason why that show is popular, because Black women who have the most influence in the most influential culture in the world were talking about that show. It was never you. It was always the sisters. Kiwi Fruit said, if NICOLANDRIA is scamming, I don't know what's been happening to me out of these streets. Like, if this is scamming, scam me. Scam me, please. Anthony said, Alandria is the star and Nick knows what's up. NICOLANDRIA together are the definition of star power. Absolutely. Absolutely. From day one, she clocked it. Day one, she clocked it. She said, that's it. She's the one. Hey, Christina. Christina said, someone said if Clark and Taylor is real at NICOLANDRIA. Absolutely. Absolutely. I will take that fake relationship. And also, if this is scamming, let's talk about it. If Nick and Alandria is scamming, how amazing is it that this straight, white, conventionally attractive man is making sure that this dark-skinned Black woman eats and gets opportunities based off of this interest in her? What's wrong with that? I want a white man to help me scam. Can I get a white man to help me scam? Look at the doors he's opened for her. Like, oh my God, if this is scamming, hey, let's go. I'm ready. Miss Monkey said the Nick Cannon one was a little funny, but it feels like Dreddy Kruger was trying to set Nick up a couple of times. Absolutely. He's not his friend. Nick don't have no friends from Love Island except for Alandria and Pepe. I don't know why Anthony don't like Pepe. Anthony, what is wrong with Pepe? He just kept on screaming. Now that I know that he's damn near 45, how can your brain handle that? Oh my God. M said, I know this is about season 7, but did you see Janae's Cosmo interview article? It was so good. Definitely wait. Is that new? Because I read one of her articles. Is that Cosmo interview new? Miss Brown Sugar said, paying them and are providing for them. Love Island UK provides a fair amount of wardrobe pieces. Oh, they do. I think they do provide wardrobe pieces, but I think it's for the ads that they do. When they do ads, I think they don't provide any other clothing than that. I think it's only for when they do ads for, like I remember they used to do, I think they did an ad for Fashion Nova this season, and then they used to do a Pretty Little Things ad. And then they did an ad for Meg Thee Stallion. Yes, he did. And I agree with that. Dorothy said, it wasn't about Nick the white man. It was about this one couple who sparked for one another, were seen and felt through our devices. At this time, America needed to feel something good. Yes. Yes. I agree. I agree. Oh, no, it's still there. It's still there, love, like you are. Walk lightly, I'm a lamb. Walk lightly, I'm a lamb. Nicole said Nick Cannon was acting like his character. Yeah, it was weird. I was like, this is not all that Nick Cannon. Who is this? Oh, this was filmed pre-Hamptons trip. Thank you, Simply Simone. That makes a lot of sense now. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. 45. Would you eat coochie in front of your mama for $20 million? 45. 45. This is like a question you asked at recess, not at your job. Really, really weird. Really, he did. It was weird. Yes, it was uncomfortable, Spency. I was like, what? Why are you doing this, Nick? Stop. Stop. Yes, me too. It was so many personalities. I'm telling you, the real Nick Cannon was the one who gave them advice about fame. He stopped the whole character, stopped that whole facade, and was telling them about what it really is, how to handle it correctly. That was him. And I'm like, why can't you just be that guy? Why can't you? You're an actor. Everybody knows that you could do characters. Just be this guy. It was weird. It was so weird. The NNA said if Taylor could put together a few sentences, maybe Nick Cannon would give him a job. Listen, I think he'd do good. I think he'd do good. He just has to enunciate. He just has to enunciate. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. You know who I want to stop. Like I don't think he doesn't like black women, but I wish that he wasn't attracted to black women. Future. Please leave us alone. Please. Please. Like he's like the only black guy in media who wants to date a black woman. Of all men. Of all men, please, Future. I can't believe you don't like non-black women. Oh my God. Thank God. I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. Hannah said it was weird because Nick Cannon doesn't even date black women. He doesn't owe us black women. The whole thing was just weird. And that's okay. I'm glad he doesn't. Thank you, Nick. Just give us a job, not a baby. Give us a job, not the baby. Yeah, it was fun because it was very relatable. You know what I mean? It seemed like it was two cousins at a family reunion or a family cookout. I like those parts. But then he just had to get weird for some reason. I don't know why. Cringe. Very, very, very cringe. I see a lot of you guys saying Nick Cannon doesn't like black women. Guys, do you want him to? Oh my God, no. I don't want him to. I don't want him to. Miss Brown Sugar said, I'm also so sick of the old tropes about black people doing what they do and don't. There are so many facets of blackness. Please go and meet some people. Absolutely. Me too. Me too. Love Like You Are said they did the same thing to Maggie Kelsey when he dated Caleb. I hated how black men would talk to him. It was so weird. I'm like, this white guy is literally putting on a costume of blackness, and you're high-fiving him because he's with the black woman. all while calling her a bed witch. What's going on? What's going on? Yes, thank you. Possibilities. Devonda said, but Ace didn't have grace for Olandria, who he says he loves. But I'm sorry, she is getting the hate because we can't be blind and not think that Shelly is supporting Ace, her man, to disrespect her soul sister. Again, I was just saying, we don't know. We don't know what's going on. We do not know. Hey, Chrissy. Chrissy said Taylor was low-key trying to set Nick up the entire time. Oh, yes. I believe. I absolutely believe that. It was just very weird parts that just were not necessary. That, I will say, that podcast did not help me. That I would have been like Nick, just smiling and throwing cards out there. Princess says you are spot on. I was cringing through most of the show. I had secondhand embarrassment saying the N-word. Did he say it a lot? He said it a lot. Listen, the N-word, I'm from Philly, the N-word slips, okay? In mixed company, absolutely not. I'm very aware. Very aware. Nasby said, Nikki got to say Cannon and Big Belgium. Thank you. I started saying Marcel. Mimi Nick said, I think a lot of Black men minds we belong to them or are an extension of them. So us being chosen is them being, oh, Mimi. Oh, yes. Wake it up. Look at us. I love the Star family. The Star family makes me feel like I'm Beyonce with the Bayhive, because the Bayhive is just so smart and talented and pretty. I'm so glad I got a fan base like that. Just, look at us. We're readers and thinkers. That's what Alandria said about the NICOLANDRIA fan base. She was just like, they're readers. Clock it. A Wonderful Life said Nick C don't have one baby mama that looked like Alandria, so I don't know why he's fixing. Well, he got one. She's been in hiding. Thank the Lord. She's embarrassed. She should be. He got one of us. There's always one. Denise said, what's crazy is that it mostly worked. Oh, what mostly worked? What am I missing? Shoni said, I feel like Taylor being harboring resentment for Nick during their press run. I think that's what happened to everybody who came out the villa. When everybody came out the villa and saw who were the stars, they're all pissed because they had been working to be the stars from day one. And this like popularity was basically given to NICOLANDRIA, and they came together like the last week of the show. So they're all jealous and resentful. A Wonderful Life says Shelly being brought up because they were just in New York City together and a podcast was after. Friend blindsided also if Ace showed Speedy something. Shelly hasn't spoken to Ola. Yeah, I get it, but I'm just like, we don't know. And until Shelly and Landria say something, I'm a ride with Chellandria. But Shelly, don't let that man mess up your money. You're going to lose everything. Zora said, folks are talking about who Shelly is still friends with, but isn't Nick still friends with Taylor? Called him his best friend. Didn't Nick just follow Huda a couple of days ago? We give so much grace to a white man, none for fellow Black women. Yikes. Here's the thing. I say it all the time. I support Black women's rights and wrongs. Publicly. Now, kitchen table talk, I might drag that sister behind closed doors. But publicly, I ain't see nothing. Because I know the public perception and how everybody will talk about it it won't be fair. It won't be fair. And I don't want to blame that woman because of her man, unless she gives me a reason to. Jimmy said, there's a video going around of Shelly's birthday party. The crowd went absolutely wild when Alandria came out, as they should. If that made them turn on them or be angry at Alandria, then unfortunately for them. They're not wise. They're not wise. How the hell are you going to get mad at your friend that's hella popular? If anything, I'd be in every picture. I'd be in every picture. Just cheesing. I'm here too. Chrissy said, I wish she should have chosen Jeremiah. I wish she would have chosen Jeremiah or Chris. I genuinely believe she would have gotten further with one of them and not little man biting at her ankles. She would have gone far with Jeremiah, but Jeremiah would not have gone far with her because he likes a little foreign ting. You see what happened to that with that foreign thing? Ting. She cussed him right on out. Dreadful said, frankly, I stopped giving a crap about Alondria's brand deals when she bragged about her one-time work she and Fitz. Is this shade, Dreadful? I hope is this shade? Miss Lou said that whole spread was planned weeks ago. Ace probably planned the interview before all of that. Fool. Mariah said it's a sad situation because Ace not only placed Shelly in a tough spot in the situation, but also shows how Ola and Nick should drop Ace as a friend, especially how Ace and Nick did Ola like that. They need to just move on from Love Island and everybody attached to it. They're bigger than that show. They don't need it. And I think what's happening is they're so nice. They don't want to like abandon their friends and be like, oh, I'm better than you. This is what happens with nice people. I know because I'm sticking around because I don't want you to think that I'm better than you. I'm sorry, you just are. You gotta realize who you are. And you gotta get out of those spaces. It does not mean that you're pompous. It does not mean that you're classist. It does not mean that you think you are better than any other human being. You are just using your discernment. And you just can't be around people who are making wild accusations about a TV show that you were just on, a network that you want to work with, or making wild accusations about your partner. And even if they're a good friend to you, you can't be outwardly befriending somebody who's allegedly having sex in a Marriott lobby. Like, you just got to move a different way. And sometimes, listen, you can't take everybody with you. And I think right now they're in their nice stage where it's just like, I don't want you. I'm sorry. You are the Beyonce of the group. You got to go solo. You got to go solo. It is time for you to make your Beyonce debut. You got to go solo right now. That doesn't mean you don't like LaToya and Latavia. But you are Beyonce. Accept it. Donna said, when we hear that, Nikki, I'm sorry. Nicole has a Beyonce named Connor. Well, we'll know he's in on the scam. Hear what? Oh! Yeah. Support me. Okay, so it wasn't shade. Thank you, Dreadful, because I'm reading this comment and I'm like, oh, that wasn't shade. Dreadful said Alandria is way out of Nick's league. Let's be real. I don't think she's ending up with Nick. I wouldn't say that. Any woman is out of a man's league. Every woman is doing charity work with a man. You just got to find the right one that you want to fix up. That's it. But I don't, Big Belgian ain't gave me no reason not to like him. But I feel the way we're all hyping him up, the universe just might give us a little something. Let's pray. Miss Mo said, it's like people have selective amnesia or something. Like they don't remember how much we wanted Ola to give Jalen a chance. Yeah, because he was, nice? Or not Taylor? That's how it should be. Arcada said, is Chellandria a stronger brand than Chellace's? What's her team studying right now? Chellandria is a much stronger brand now than Chellace's. Oh, I saw that. Do I have that pic? I think I took a screenshot of that. No, I don't have that. A said, I'm gonna get a few more and then I'm gonna get into the next one. A said, hopefully we will still see Ola and Shelly plastered everywhere. That's the duo we needed. Absolutely, especially after everything they went through. Dreadful Ruby said, it just seems sad. Like they, like truly the bare minimum of being a guy who is into a woman and he has been put on a pedestal. Like there aren't endless men who would appreciate Alandria. But again, he hasn't given us a reason, so we're going to rock with him as well. But we do what, family? We support Black women's what? Rights and wrongs in public. Kimberly said, Speedy don't like women. He is Mormon. Oh, he's Mormon. Speedy, you should have never did that interview. I'm finding out everything, and I just should not. Emelina said, Nick is not automatically a wigger just because he's dating a Black woman. Let him just be Caucasian. Thank you. And honestly, for me, that's what I like about him. I like that he's not trying to be nothing. He is himself. He just has been blessed enough to fall in love with this beautiful woman. NICOLANDRIA, Nasby said, NICOLANDRIA does show PDA. They just don't get rated with it. They stay up under each other whenever they're seated and stand next to each other, LOL. They love holding hands too. It's really, really cute. It is. It is. Ava J said, this deep desperation everyone has for Black women to be embarrassed and hurt needs to be studied. Like for real. Yep. I think it's because those people who desire that know that if Black women ever get in the top spot, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Fire and flame. I know that's right. Said Nick and Ola are I've been called that. It's giving baby David Bowie and Amon. It's giving David Bowie and Amon. And look at her now. And look at her now. She was in her pictures. She was in her interviews. Even when Paris was just like, oh, this is Kim. She organizes my closets. Y'all too young to remember when Kim Kardashian was the help. She was the help. Y'all too young to remember the way Paris Hilton used to drag her around Sunset Boulevard, embarrassing her. And Kim made it up because she knew who she was connected to. Them people not smart. Them people are not smart. All right, guys, I am going to hop back into the comments, but I want to talk about this Modern Love interview with New York Times with NicoLandria. I want to talk about it because it is absolutely beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful, and I love everything about it. First of all, NicoLandria, it's a gorgeous couple. Like, they look beautiful on camera, but my God, today, like in photos, but my God, today, in person, they are stunning. And I'm a bit concerned for the children. Here's the thing. When two attractive people get together, no, that's not true. No, it can happen. Sometimes the attractiveness just, it bites each other in the children. So I'm just like, oh, y'all so fine. Let's pray for the babies. Something about like, if you're hot and he's hot, them kids. It's something, I don't know what that is. The chromosomes be fighting. Something happened. But they are stunning. They are a stunning couple. Alandria, very honest about their relationship. Open and honest with the interview on the journalist on this podcast. Here's the thing. That journalist did her job. Like, she studied them. She might not have studied the show. She studied NicoLandria. Like, she was picking up on moments that they forgot that they had. She did her job. And I think that is also, not only did she do her job, she treated them with a lot of care. And that's how you do an interview. You have to make your guest feel safe. Once they feel safe, they will be comfortable enough to share things that they probably hadn't shared anywhere else because they weren't comfortable. She did a great job. But Alandria was very honest about their relationship. She said that people, um, she said that the reason why people loved Alandria, I don't know why you just didn't say that Nick was white. Because when she said fair skinned, I was like, oh, okay, white. I don't know why she didn't say white. I don't know. But she said that people loved seeing the fan base really responded well to them for a lot of reasons. One, they loved seeing a fair skinned man love, adore, and yearn. So she's listening to us and yearn for a dark skinned Black woman. She said a lot of people really identified with that and loved to see that because not only was it a reflection of their relationship, it was something that they were not used to seeing. And just like seeing that, she said, the fan base of NICOLANDRIA'S, that they're book readers, they're romance novel readers, they're rom-com people. So they really liked their friendship to lovers storyline that was building on the show. She said, we didn't even see it, but they saw it. And she said a lot of authors are she said she noticed that a lot of authors are following her and Nick. So she's just like, hopefully, they'll write a book about us. I would love a NICOLANDRIA romance novel. And girl, it's probably already written. What I loved is that Nick the Scammer, beaming. Every time she spoke, his face just lit up just watching her talk. And the whole interview, she just held his arm and like looked at him, and he would just be, if this is scamming, y'all, my God, today, like if this is scamming, give them an Oscar, because this is grade A work. She also said this in this interview, and it like struck me. Because the interview asked her, she was just like, you are so gorgeous and you're just a great woman. Why were you single for so long? And she said, I overhealed. Because she said that she wasn't 5 years prior to this, she wasn't in a really good relationship. So that relationship kind of made her very bitter towards men. So she was very strict. She did not, there were no chances. If a man messed up, she was out. She would not put up with anything. And she was just like, I was saying that she said that I was doing this because I was saying, this is my healing process. This is how I heal. And now I move this way. But she was like, I realized that I was being a bit too harsh. And she was just like, when I came on Love Island, I decided that I was going to be a bit softer. She was like, she made up in her mind that she was going to give second chances. She was going to hear the guy out because she didn't do that before. And that is why she remained single for 5 years, because she was so strict. Like the man could not make a mistake. She was done. And she said, it didn't even have to be big. It could be like a little something and I'm out. And I'm like, oh my God. Sound like me. So anyway, she was like, so that's when she made up her mind that when she came on Love Island, she was going to give second chances. She was going to be softer. She was going to hear men out. She wanted to do the opposite of what she was doing and just give balance to that. She was just like, so that's why you see me hearing Taylor out. Even if he makes a mistake, giving him another chance, because she was just like, I didn't do that before. And I felt like that is why I remained single for so long. She was just like, I decided that this time I'm going to do things differently. And she was just like, it didn't work out for me. I got embarrassed by him. He didn't really treat me like right, and the whole world saw it. But she was just like, in the end, look at what I got. So it eventually worked out. She said it was messed up what Taylor did to her, but she learned a lot. So she doesn't like harbor on that, because she learned so much from that experience. And then the host started talking to Alandria about Taylor. She was just like, well, before you came into the villa, you said that you wanted a cowboy. Nick set up and he was like, she got one. He said she got a cowboy. And she was just like, the host was like, oh, that threw her off. She was like, oh, she has a cowboy in you. He was like, yeah, I went, he's like, I went to find out to learn how to be a cowboy on Taylor's ranch. And she was just like, you know, Taylor is who she used to date. He was who she used to date. So he was like, it was awkward, but you know, I learned how to be a cowboy. This is scamming. This is scamming. Get out of here. He was literally on that ranch where Clark is being held hostage, learning how to be a cowboy so that he could be a better man for Orlandria. Come on, y'all. Come on, Ace. Come on. Come on. And then Orlandria, let me tell you something. The more comfortable Orlandria gets, she don't miss an opportunity to whack Taylor. She said, Taylor is not my type. She was just like, everybody like harbored on that because he's a literal cowboy. But she was like, he's not my type. I would not have gone for him in the real world. I said, let him know. She said, my type is attractive. No, she didn't say that. But she was like, he is not my type. I would not have gone out for him. I would not have gone after him in the real world. She was just like, but what I meant about cowboy is that I just wanted a gentleman. She was like, Southern guys, cowboys, they are known to be gentlemen, and that is what I wanted. It wasn't necessarily that she was harboring on Taylor because he was a cowboy. She said it is because he's a Southern guy and because he was wait, is he Midwestern or Southern? He got a twang, but she was just like, Taylor really treated women very well in the villa. She was like, he always remembered everybody's orders. He made everybody breakfast. He was always checking in on the women. And he was like a safe space. And she was just like, I was actually shocked to see like all of this stuff go down with him, especially, you know, watching clips from the show. But she was just like, I would stay with him because he was a really good guy. Y'all didn't get to see that. And Nick also, he co-signed on that. He was just like, they were really good to each other. So he was like, that's another reason why he was like, I always liked her, but I did not get involved because he was just like, you see Taylor really putting in work and pursuing her. The audience just didn't see that, but he was really going after Orlandria. And Nick was like, Orlandria was going after him as well. So it was like, I don't want to mess that up because they seem very intentional about each other. It wasn't one-sided. It was the both of them really showing up for each other. We, the audience, just did not get to see it. She was just like, she knew that something, she didn't necessarily say that she knew her edit was bad, but she said she knew that America was seeing something different than what she was experiencing when her mom came on the show. Because her mom was just like, what is going on with you? This is not the daughter I raised. And we didn't see that conversation, but she was just like, Mom, like, what are you talking about? And her mom was letting her know how she was looking going after Taylor. And Orlandria was just like, that's not what's going on. Like, I'm pursuing him. He was pursuing me. Like, we were doing that for each other. And her mom told her that is not what it looked like. It looked like she was going after Taylor. It looked like he didn't want her and she was being very desperate. And she was just like, oh, okay. That's what she said. That's what woke me up and made me even more comfortable pursuing Nick, because she realized that there was a different image of her being put out there than who she really is. So that's when she was just like, okay, I need to really focus. Because her mom came in and she got her together. Because she was just like, this ain't my daughter. And she was just like, when my mom said that, I knew that something wasn't right. Then they speak about their, Nick and Orlandria speak about their soul ties kiss. Orlandria said that the reason why, because she said, the host said, you guys kissed, it was really intimate. She was like, Nick, you were drunk in love. And then like the next day you both said that nothing happened and you didn't feel the spark. And she was just like, the host was like, I knew you two were lying because there's no way you didn't feel a spark. And they both admitted that they were lying. And she was just like, I obviously felt something, but I always thought about Sierra. I am the eldest daughter. I have to think about everybody. And I always put myself last. So although there was something there with Nick, although I wanted to pursue that, I knew that Sierra was having a hard time with Nick being gone. And I did not want to further hurt my friend. So I just decided to put myself aside and put myself on the back burner and consider her feelings. And she also said, that is my problem. She said, I could put everybody else before me. I consider everybody else before me. And after I had that conversation with my mom, I decided to put myself first. So that's why there was such a shift in her relationship with Nick after her mom left, because that's when she was just like, I'm not putting anybody before me anymore. I'm going after what I want. Then they speak on the parasocial relationship with the fan base and that people have with them, and how they're pushing marriage on them and for them to be together and to move in together. And they were just like, that's why they said the parasocial relationships are why they have decided to pull back, why they have decided to not do PDA in public, because everybody is reading everything that they do. She said, if we're booed up and kissing on each other, people think that we're in a good space. If we're not doing that, now we're breaking up. Now we have issues. So they were just like, they both made a decision to not do any more public displays of affection in public. Like they're going to leave their intimacy behind closed doors so that they can define their relationship, and so they can know the true meaning of what the relationship is. So they are probably going to still work together, but they are not going to they're not going to put their relationship out there for people to judge. And I think that's really, really smart. And then Nick was like, we've only been together for like officially like dating for like 2 weeks. And he was like, people are telling us to get married. Like, and Landria jumped in. She said, guys, in the real world, I am not going to I'm not going to make a guy who I've been dating for 2 weeks my boyfriend. And then she did this. She said, you guys got to start thinking, like, does that make sense? Like, I've been dating him for 2 weeks and y'all want me to make him my boyfriend or move in with him? She said, I'm not going to do that. And I don't do that in the real world. And I'm not going to do that here because this is the real world, which made a lot of sense. And then the interview ended there, and then the host called them after the reunion, and this is what they both had to say. What really hurt me was that this interview dropped right before Ace's interview, and in this interview, Olandria said her exact words were, "I want people to stop picking at Nick. It's not fair. He has not done anything wrong, and people are just picking at him and acting like it's in support of me. But you're not, because you're picking at somebody that I really like, and I want them to stop picking at him and saying they're protecting me." And here comes Ace, doing exactly what she asked the fan base to not do. And here comes somebody who says that he loves her and that he is her friend or her dog. He does that to her. She said that she also wants people to stop the hate train on her because it's also draining for the both of them. Then she speaks on Huda, and she was absolutely flabbergasted that she had to ask someone who she considered a really good friend, she was in this sisterhood with. She was really shocked that she had to ask her to tell her fan base to stop being racist towards her. She said, the fact that I had to even ask let me know that that we were not going to be friends, because I should not have had to ask. And I absolutely agree. Nick talked about how he always knew. Another thing that was so sad, he talked about how he always knew that he was going to, out of everybody in the villa, heartbreaking, out of everybody in the villa, he said he always knew that he was going to be best friends with Ace outside of the villa. He said out of every relationship, he knew that was the one relationship that he was absolutely going to take out the villa. Ace, why would you do this? They loved you. Why would you do this? This is so crazy. Like, she didn't even add, the host did not even ask about Ace, and he brought you up. In every interview, he's calling you his best friend. This is so crazy. Alandria, she brought up Shelly. She said that she adores her. And she basically was saying that they were friends, but outside of the villa, they became even like their bond became even stronger because they literally had to lean on each other because of all the hate that they um, were receiving, and they were both going through a really hard time. So they just became even more close because of how they had to hold each other up through that time, because they felt like they only had each other and they didn't have anybody else. Nick spoke about how he supports Alandria through the hate he had. He said that he makes sure that he takes that phone, basically. And and this was said before. Alandria said when she first came out, Alandria said that she was consuming so much of the hate that Nick was like, "No, we're taking this phone. We're getting you all out of here." He was like doing things to just make sure she doesn't focus on that. Um, and then they said next up for them, they're like they were very vague about what they were going to do, but Nick was like, next up for sure, I'm taking her on a dinner date on a hot air balloon. And I believe him. I believe him. If this is scamming, sign me up. Sign me up. What are your thoughts, Star Fam? Let's get into it. I have another super chat from Busola. Thank you, Busola. Busola said, "Hey, Nikki and Star Fam, what a coincidence that as Ace is questioning their relationship in media appearances are coming out showing them in A plus, right? A plus light. What a coincidence indeed. What a coincidence indeed. My God, today I can't believe that kid. I just it makes no sense for him to do what he did. It's so sad." Alexa said the Modern Love podcast explained why Nick and Taylor are still friends. Alandria also spoke very highly of Taylor in that podcast. Absolutely. Effie said Ace didn't care about how Black women, especially Shelley, were portrayed. If he did, he would have stood up for her as a friend. Ace only cares about Ace. Ace only cares about Ace. Fire and Flame said, I wonder how Alandria mom feels about people saying about Alandria and Nick are faking it. It must hurt her that some people have that perception. It has to hurt as a mom because this has been Alandria's life. Her mother said that. Her mom said her entire life. People have just hated her and she has done nothing. So it must be so heartbreaking to see the world just tearing your child down. And she can't do anything about it. You know, she probably feels helpless. Devonda said, lies. Nick has been getting dragged all the way back from the Keke Palmer interview with Taylor. Let's keep it 100. Ciao. Miss Mackey said she wore so much clothes she didn't have to rewear everything. Yeah. Our girl's a model through and through. Yeah, who said she was bragging? I don't think she was bragging. I don't know if she in. Effie said, let's be honest, Ace thought Shelley was cuter and more marketable than Alandria, so he tried to control the narrative. I don't even think it was about Shelley. I think it was just about him. Because Ace never mentions anything about Shelley. It's about how Nick didn't do anything for him. So because he felt like Nick didn't protect him or open up doors for him the way he did for Alandria, he decided to blow up everybody's spot. This girl Cassie said, because Taylor got out of the way, Nick has Alandria, I'd be his friend too. Child. They need to. I'm just so annoyed with them. I'm like, they're figuring out stuff so late. When if they would have watched the show, they would have known all of this. Dreadful said, absolutely shading being an influencer, bragging about Shein outfits that they wear one time. All the shade to every last one. Oh, is this a capitalist thing? I understand. I just want clarity. Creme brulee, that's the thing. I don't know. I would hope she does it, but I don't know. And until I know, Team Chellandria. The Internet H said, Nick gets dragged for being friends with Taylor. I just want Shelley to not let Ace's jealousy get in the way of her relationship with Ola. I do too. Here's the thing though. Shelley is older. Like Shelley and Alandria are the same age. I feel like I'm hoping she would not allow herself to be influenced poorly by a 23-year-old man that's never had a girlfriend. And now we know why, child. Effie said Jeremiah, who was biracial and more palatable to America, was competition. Ace and Taylor knew that. So yes, they wanted him going, ooh, wake it up. Miranda said Nikki and Landria seem very similar in that they give extra grace to people and disregard slights in favor of maintaining friendships. Because they are they're the Beyonce of the show. They're the King David of Israel, right? Like they are people who are called and chosen. And when you are called and chosen to a position, you approach it a lot differently than the people who have been fighting to get that position. So these two never wanted to win the show. They have always been happy for Amaya and Brian and said that they should have won. They never wanted to win. They were gagged that they were second place. Very humble about it. Now coming out and seeing all of this popularity, these two are shocked. Like, what is going on? And they are like handling this process the best way that they can, while also humbling themselves so that the people who they were in this process with, who are not getting the same opportunities, don't feel bad or less than. It's because they were called and chosen to this position. They weren't looking for it, didn't work to get it, didn't desire it. And the people who worked for it, who desired it, who will do anything to get it, are foaming at the mouth because they think that it should have been them that got it because they wanted it and they worked for it. And that is just not how life works. I want and I desire to have Beyonce's hips. There's no amount of squats, no amount of leg lifts, no amount of surgeries that could give me that woman's immaculate hips. That's for her. And I need to be happy with what I have and do what I can with what I have. Because if I spend all of my time focusing on Beyonce's hips, working to get Beyonce's hips, being mad at Beyonce because I don't have her hips, I will miss what the hips that I have will get me. You know what I mean? Like, I will miss all of my opportunities looking at somebody else's spotlight. Because I'm looking at this person's spotlight, I don't see my spotlight. And I'm missing all those opportunities under that spotlight because I'm being envious of somebody else's because I think that they have what I should have. Not knowing that I got these great things over here. But because I'm coveting this, I'll never see this or get those things. I'll be sitting in darkness, pissed off, looking at somebody's light. But my spotlight is like, hello, I'm right here. Let's go. And that's the problem. That's the problem. But Nikki and Landria have to start moving like the called and chosen people they are, unfortunately, because you being nice and wanting everybody to eat will not make them not hate you. It won't. Because you will always be you and they will not. Figure out who you are and move accordingly. Honey, sweet dreams. Said, why do people keep excusing Shelly like she's a bimbo? She knew the plan. I don't believe that. And I don't believe that because she hasn't said that. I'm not going to assume. Emily, I'm going to give her the same grace I give Nick. Emelina said, Jeremiah has a weird fetish for exotic women, and Chris is, okay. Nasby said, listen, I let my friends be uber popular. I'd be absolutely okay with getting my adjacent bag by proxy. Way less pressure, but still getting some of the rewards. Not a bad deal at all. Absolutely. Like, who the hell doesn't want to be vice president? Come on. Oh, he's going to get it worse. He's going to get It works because this was so unnecessary. So unnecessary. Simply Simone said, I love how Alandria shouted out the readers because Book Talk has been carrying the ship since episode 21. Absolutely. Arcadis said, I think they felt guilty, which is kind of warranted, but Ace's viciousness isn't. You are right. They got to stop being modest. Time is up for that. And they need to do it quickly. They need to do it quickly. Effie said, Ace really thought he and Shelly would be bigger than Nick and Alandria. He's mad they weren't. Guys, I don't even think it's Shelly. I think he thinks that he would have been bigger because he is the one that went into the villa with a million plus followers. He's the one that thought that. He could not believe that everybody was not screaming his name when he left the villa. And if he would have focused on himself and Shelly, he would have known that people were screaming his name. Maybe it wasn't the people you wanted to, or maybe it wasn't as loud as you wanted it to be, but there were people screaming your name and you blew it up. Nasby said, I'm thankful that Alandria and Nick seem to be divinely protected because they need it and will continue to need it. Absolutely. Fire and Flame says Shelly and Nick seemed very close and are tight. She knew what Ace was going to do and said nothing to her friend. If that's what you guys want to believe, fine. I'm saying I don't believe that. I don't believe that because I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to need for one of them to confirm it, and then we can go from there. Ace said the New York Times interview Alandria mentioned a book deal or something. Imagine if we get a Nicola. Oh, we will. Oh, it's coming. Guys, you're going to see it all over TV. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Effie said the Final Four was terrible, but even if Ace and Shelly were in it, they wouldn't have saved the season. Maybe they would have been the best of the worst, but still not a strong couple. That's what everybody's not getting, right? NICOLANDRIA saved season 7. NICOLANDRIA is season 7. There were other people there. They were interesting, but they weren't NICOLANDRIA. And we just got to be honest about that. Tut. And when he lost everything, who came to help him? Exactly. It's lonely at the top, but it's worth it. Exactly. Niquest said Hooded and Ace should have never been casted. Ace technically the reason Amaya became a fan favorite. I don't think that Ace realized how much he ruined the season. I don't think he gets that. I don't think he gets that. He does not realize how much he ruined that season. Emelina said everybody is riding the coattails of NICOLANDRIA and they're just letting them child. They need to cut the people that only befriended them after their popularity. Yeah, it's going to take them a minute, guys. They're still very young. It's going to take them. It's probably going to take Nick longer because he's younger and also men are slow. So give him a minute. Give him grace. Let them figure it out. I hope they figure it out sooner than later. Effie said, I will always support Black people publicly, so I would never say any of this in public, but let's be real. Ace deserves the dragging he's getting. Absolutely. Absolutely. Dreadful Ruby said, oh, it was. I still like Alandria. I just don't support the aspect of her social, of her social media presence. That's fine. That's fine. Hannah said, Shelly and Alandria were meant to be the stars. They were pursued by the producers for the last 2 seasons. Ace should have known and understood that. Yep. Ace said the New York Times interview, Ola mentioned, oh, I got that. Chrissy said, people are having selective amnesia because we wanted her to give Jalen a chance and drop Taylor, but Ace helped him manipulate and deceive her. But he respects Ola, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. Watch your tone. You must be new here. You must be new here. You said your piece and I said my piece. Be okay with it. And you don't, what betrayal? Nobody knows what happened. Are you an adult? You got to start acting like it's getting weird. It's getting weird. Y'all do not know these kids, guys. Y'all don't know them. Then we can sit up here and we can talk and we can have a good little kick. But when it starts getting weird like this, it's time to get a job. It's too much. It's too much. Betrayal. So what you want her to do? What you want Alandria to do to Shelly? Do you want her to go on YouTube Live? No, for you, TikTok Live. Let her go on TikTok Live. And do you want to see her punch Shelly in the face? You want to see them two black women brutalizing each other? You want them to go on interviews and be saying all kinds of garbage about each other because that's how you see them and that's how you think they should respond? If they don't ever respond, thank the Lord, because y'all are too bloodthirsty for black women to act like some beasts in cages. I love the fact that they are taking this road and nobody knows what the hell is going on. I hope they don't never talk to us. Y'all are too bloodthirsty. Y'all want our flesh and our labor. It is unfair what y'all are putting on these two young women. It is not right. And I don't buy that y'all are doing this because y'all love Alandria so much. You brutalize black women. It is unfair. Stop it. Y'all just want to see them be nasty to each other. Y'all just want to see them fall out. And if they make up, oh, it's not real. It's why? Why? But if she fall out with that white boy, y'all going to have all the grace in the world, all the tears in the world. It's not fair. Stop it. Hey, Simply Simone. Simply Simone said, not the Destiny's Child reference, but you're right, Nikki. They are learning her hard life lessons in the heartbreaking way at a young age. Yeah, just let them figure it out. We got to give them grace. And that's another thing. Please be okay with the pace that they are moving in their romantic relationship, in their platonic relationship. Why? Because you don't know them. And I think it's also so unfair that people are expecting very young people to make decisions that you would make at freaking 34. That's not fair. You weren't making decisions like that at 23. You would have done worse. Come on. Let's be realistic here. Hey, Know My Hustle. Know My Hustle said, I can't wait for, oh, that's what I'm looking forward to. Oh, she's going to, I'm telling you, there's a Laquan Smith dress that I know she's going to wear. And I'm telling you, it's going to break the internet. I'm currently losing weight so I can fit into it. That's the thing. I will never lose weight for a man. I will lose weight for a fit. Pray for me. Pray for me. But there is a dress that I know if she puts that on, I know, oh my God, I got to get that dress before she wears it. I got to get that dress before she wears it because it's already out of my league financially. But if she puts that dress on, ain't nobody going to be able to catch it. And a part of me doesn't want her to wear it, but another part is just like, she going to eat that up. She going to eat that dress up. So we're going to wait and see. Explains a lot. Jeffrey Ruby says Shelly would be a much stronger brand on her own. She has that star quality. She is insanely gorgeous. Ace isn't. But I'm going to love Shelly even if she was with Ace unless something big happens. Until she gives me a reason, I'm rocking with her. What's his purpose at Emelina Lane? I agree. Families can be on the scam as well, just like Zesta and Timmy, but I have faith. Here's the thing. I just don't think the family is scamming because why are they getting her money in job opportunities? It's weird. That's not how scammers work. I should know this. I'm from Philly. Nobody scams like a Philadelphian. The only people that may have us beat is Atlanta. But nobody scams like a Philadelphian. Nobody. Probably because he was raised by a woman who didn't like black women. Titanium said, I'll never forget what Bowie said to MTV about not featuring black musicians. And what happened? What happened? He used his influence properly. That's why we like that couple, because that was a white man that was white and used his influence properly to help marginalized communities. If you have privilege and you're not using it to help people who have less privilege, F you and your privilege. That's why we liked him. That was a damn child. But that's why the adults liked him. That's why he was so trusted. That's why that was a interracial couple where that was bigged up, not just because it was David Bowie, but because we felt like she was in safe hands. As again, I've learned all this from listening to the adults and reading, but she got done dirty by her Black athletic husband. He cheated on her and treated her all kinds of terribly. And what? Oh my God. Alandria is Iman. Alandria is Iman. It's the same story. It's the same story. She was trying to make it work with this Black man. He embarrassed her in the media in their relationship, did not treat her properly, all for a white man to come in and treat her the way she always desired to be treated. Amen. Let me they're too hot. They're too hot. I'm nervous. I'm going to end right here for now, and then we're going to get into the Shelly and Ace interview. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Effie said, at the end of the day, Ace is mad he wasn't the star of the season. He mad he didn't win. Amen. And that's the truth. Let's get into this Chellace's interview. First of all, I was not going to read this interview, and then I saw this. I said, what is going on over at Essence? I am so sorry. Essence, we got to put it back in the hands of Black Americans. I don't know what's going on. Where is Susan Taylor? If we're not going to have a Black American lead this magazine, then can we get, a Black first gen who grew up around Black American people? Because Susan Taylor, she first gen, second gen. And she knew how to talk to us. Something is going on over there. What? Now, I'm being honest here. She looks stunning. She's a gorgeous girl. But what in the hell are these JCPenney Family Day pictures? What is Ace doing? What is Ace doing? I can't believe this is from a publication. We got to get some Black Americans at the helm. I am concerned, Essence. Anyway, listen, I know they're not our faves, but I wanted to read this article, and then I will give my thoughts on this article. While I read this article, we'll look at this picture. What the hell is going on? The title of this article is Shelly Besant and Ace Green, a look into their own reality. Fresh off the whirlwind of Love Island USA, Michelle, Shelly Besant, and Ace Green are learning what it means to fall in love under the spotlight. When we caught up with them between back-to-back commitments and the noise of the post-villa life, they remained in step with each other effortlessly in sync despite the chaos. The show's 7th season was nothing short of a cultural phenomenon, amassing a record-shattering 18 billion minutes viewed. With this season's virality rivaling, if not surpassing, the season prior, contestants were cut off from the digital world and catapulted into fame overnight in a camera-filled fishbowl lens, right? With Shelly 28. Oh, 28 now. My God, today. Get away from this baby. Get away from this baby, Shelly. Based in New York and Ace 23. No, girl. Hailing from Los Angeles. You're about to be 30. Shelly, get away from him. Hailing from Los Angeles, the two entered the villa as OG Islanders and instantly formed a strong connection. This is like Sierra and Bow Wow. It's not going to work. Though they finished 5th, their bond grew with intention and they navigated the inevitable growing pains of a new romance. Outside the villa, however, the spotlight carried shadows and whispers of scamming. The show, after a 2024 run-in, Shelley labeled as a mean girl and Ace a ringleader among them. The scrutiny followed them home, but together they stood their ground and silenced the noise, making it clear that they weren't backing down. While both remain grateful for the doors Love Island has opened, the focus has shifted back to the reason they entered the villa in the first place, to explore love and genuine connection. Protecting their peace and remaining self-assured has become the priority. Amid the barrage of what's next questions and drama-seeking headlines, the two have been selective for what they share on social media, choosing instead to stay grounded and rooted in their own reality. All the glitz and the glam came in afterwards as far as social media and things like that. But I really want to grow with Shelley before we take on the world, Ace notes. And the quiet between the storms, the couple gave Essence a true look into their own reality. I will say that Essence put a disclaimer on this interview and was like, this interview dropped before Ace messed up everything, basically. Essence says it's been a whirlwind month, postseason press, brand events, reunions, and nonstop social chatter with all the highs and lows that come with that. How are you both really doing mentally? Shelley says, I just take my time away from it, pay attention to what's happening in front of me and the things that make me happy. Also, just reminding myself that this was an experience, but not anyone's typical experience. And the only people who could understand are the people who went through it. So whatever it is that I'm seeing or hearing, it doesn't ever overpower what I actually went through. So just giving myself that reassurance and really focusing on who's in front of me and with me, and that is Ace. Ace says, honestly, we've just been spending time with my family and my friends. Y'all should have been spending time with management to have that sense of love, happiness, and joy that I did coming into the villa. And for me, it's been prioritizing the people close to me as far as dealing with extra noise and outside opinions, which can get a little hectic at times. But those are the things that I've been focused on since leaving. Shelley, Essence says, you made space for yourself when needed and never hesitated to use your voice. As a Black woman, especially knowing how harsh reality TV can vilify us for this, why was it important for you to hold that line of self-assurance even through the reunion? Shelley says it's so important because I do a lot of self-reflection and growing. Who I am now isn't always who I was. I've done the work over so many years to be the person I am today, where I am very unapologetic about who I am. I don't let anyone tell me how to feel or how to speak or anything like that. There's so many people in my life who constantly speak on the person that I am and on my character, as well as myself knowing that. Essence says, I really admire how you took time for yourself after the show. I remember fans were eagerly asking around, like, where's Shelley? Shelley said, we are humans at the end of the day. We were in a secluded place where we didn't even have our typical family and friends that we would lean on. It's a whole new experience. So for me to jump back into the real world, then I'm also facing a whole new reality, at least for myself. It wouldn't be normal for me to just hop on social media and start talking. I just needed to decompress and readjust to everything that's happening in front of me, you know? Ace, you came out the villa to both praise and critique, and even picked the infamous ringleader label when you addressed head on at the reunion. Can we talk about that? Ace, we all went through the same experience in some shapes or forms. For me, it's a little rough seeing people say I was a ringleader and that I wanted to send people home. Just dealing with those types of narratives, knowing all the decisions were never easy. Speaking your mind is not an easy thing to do, but I still do it every single day. I took everything that comes with it. I am going to keep taking everything that comes with it. Did you ever feel pressure to quiet down or shrink yourself? Ace says, honestly, I never have I decided to back down from being who I am as a person. I've always been someone who's been outspoken. Everybody else has had opinions. Well, it's just mine that was only highlighted throughout the entire experience, which is perfectly fine. And if I got to take the good and the bad that comes with it, then so be it. But no one can say I didn't tell them how I felt. No one can say that I wasn't being real with them, right or wrong. Nick can say that, Ace. And I could be man enough to apologize when I'm wrong as well. Oh, baby, get to apologizing. Being young and understanding who you are and what you want. So many people are intimidated by that. Then it's easy to attach a negative connotation to it. Ace says, I'm glad you said that. A lot of people tried to place their own insecurities on me or who I am. Not a lot of people in this world know who they are, which is okay, but don't try and fault somebody and place your own insecurity. Ace, you are talking to yourself. Oh my God, and put those thoughts on another person that you've never had a conversation with me on any day, and you don't know who I am. How do you protect the intimacy in your relationship? Oh, Essence and all these damn ads. How do you protect the intimacy of your relationship from becoming media spectacle, especially with the questions surrounding labels? Shelly says it's not anybody else's business but ours. And I feel we just always reassure each other and we care about one another, that we love each other. I know everyone is saying, oh my gosh, how do you love one another and you're not in a relationship? Don't you know that's a feeling? Just because we didn't say it. I'm sorry. I thought it was a really good interview just to get a perspective of where they're at. Essence, you got to do something about them ads. I could not even read that. Stuff kept on jumping up. Like, what's going on over there? What's going on over there? I will say in the interview, we just really got a perspective of how they are dealing with this process. And that's why I said what I said, because this is all such a short amount of time. And everybody's having so many opinions about how these very young people are handling instant fame and instant criticism. They're all going to mess up. Give them grace, please. That's all I'm saying. Give them their lashings as well, but those who need it. Those who need it. And I was about to say, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I am always going to protect Black women here. I am not lying when I say I support Black women's rights and wrongs publicly. You're not going to get me on here dragging a Black woman, even a heifer I hate. Now, to my sister, oh, I'm going to call that heifer everything under the everything but a child of God. But to you, absolutely not, because I am not going to be a weapon that is formed against another Black woman, especially looking the way I look and existing in the world the way I exist. I'm not doing that. Why would I do that? Knowing what I have to endure just by existing. I know that sister, especially that dark-skinned sister, is going through the same thing. Why would I add on to that? So that's what I was saying about Shelly. I get it. Some people have their things and how they feel about her. All I'm saying, I'm calling in other Black women. That's fine. Just be mindful of how you talk about her publicly, because I'm pretty sure the karma, the discipline, the chastisement that you want her to get because of what you think she did and did not do, she's already gotten it. She's already gotten it. You don't need to add on to that, because one thing's for sure and two things for certain. If anybody is going to be disciplined in this world, in this nation, it's going to be Black women who get no grace, who have no second chances. So I don't want this platform or my comment section to be a place where we are giving this Black woman unnecessary lashings, because she already got them. You don't need to add on to it. Is all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And I also want to say the parasocialness, guys, you're an adult. You gotta, like, I remember my mom had told me that, like, Nikki and Landria were on the live, and I was on live when she told me, and I was like, oh my God, they're on live. Okay. And I had to get myself together. I said, I'm an adult. That was weird. That was weird. I don't know them. And these are very young people. So am I, at least on castings. And I'm just like, hold on. I felt that little parasocial demon rising up, and I said, this is a little weird. Let me finish with what I'm doing here. And then if I have time, I hop on there. I don't know them. And I got excited because of who I created them to be in my mind. And that's what I'm saying. Don't let your mind play tricks on you like it's doing an ace. Y'all don't know them. If Landria or Shelly, if they address it or if they don't address it, who the hell cares? It's not your business. It's not your business. And trust, you don't need to go into Shelly's comments and cuss her out. First of all, it's loser behavior. Second of all, the whites are already, not even the whites, the non-Black people are already doing it. It's the saddest thing to see Black women joining in with non-Black people who was calling Shelly a chimp in every slur under the book. It's quite disgusting seeing those communities join forces to bash that woman in her comment section. Quite disgusting. There are people saying, the Huda fans, we were telling you about Shelly. And then you hear Black women under there commenting, yeah, you guys were right. What in the hell are you talking about? You don't need to chastise Shelly. She's already getting her lashings. Unnecessarily, because what has she said or done to even make you think that? So that's why I thank Zora for saying what she said, because it's absolutely true. Y'all giving this white boy all this grace. And granted, he hasn't even done anything. Like, so I get that. I understand that. But Shelly doesn't even do something. You're attacking her for what you're assuming. Or attacking her for the man that she's not even dating. Like the man that that's not even her boyfriend. Unless she gives you a reason, unless she says something, unless Chelandria says something. As for me and my house, I'm riding with them. And you don't have to agree with that. But you do, in my house, have to watch your tone. Because who the hell are you talking to? I'm respecting you. Let's respect me. I don't know if Honey Sweet Dreams is still in this comment section. But talk to me how you would talk to me on the street. Exactly. That's all I had to say. Y'all can, the Essence interview, it's still online. Y'all can go over there and watch it. But Essence, I don't go through that with People Magazine. Y'all got to get it together. Where is Susan Taylor? She got to take that magazine back. It's a mess. It's a mess. Oh, you know what? Let's read the Cosmo article. I bet you I won't have no issues there. Let's read the Cosmo article. Thank you for bringing that up. Child, Cosmo ain't playing. Oh, and this was written by Olivia Truffaut Wong. I know that's right. Wait a minute. Is this the right one? Is this the right article? Wait, I don't think this is the right article. Is this the right one? They are head straight for falling out. No, this is just recapping. There is a Cosmo article where they are calling them out. Is that the right one? Star Hive. Can y'all send me the correct article? Because wasn't it like an open letter? Wasn't it an open letter? Because everybody was sending me that article. Let me go to my Instagram. Wasn't it an open letter? Child, So let me know. Let me know if the Cosmo article, or just somebody either send me the right one or let me know. I'm about to read it. Let me know if this is the right article. And if it is, I'll read it. It says, Alondria and Nick seemingly respond to Ace's claims that they're not in a real relationship. Is this the one where they cuss out Ace and tell the NICOLANDRIA hive to get information? Let me know. And Ray J. And Ray J. Titanium said, I'll never forget what Bowie said. Oh, yeah, I got that. Let me get some earlier ones, some more recent. A said, Hollywood is a weird place. That's where Cannon can ask these awful questions. It was very weird. I'm like, they're young. What are you doing? Like, adult? Arcada said, I like that they have been very realistic since the villa. Partly why people were judging them so much. Like, 2 weeks out, and y'all want them to be married and pregnant. It's weird. It's weird. Ali said, yeah, I appreciated both of their honesty about what they were looking for pre-villa and their journey in the villa. Yeah, it was a good interview. It's a really, really, really good interview. Mimi said, unless the daddies are touched in the face, the babies will be gorgeous because Miss Felicia and the boss. Oh, you're right. You're right. You got to go off the grandmoms. You're right. Holly Won't said Kim was a shoe shiner who organized. Oh, Jesus, right out the gate. When she was lucky, Paris would take her to dinner. And then she said, see, the kids don't remember. My God, she embarrassed Kim. It was just like, oh, it was so sad. But it worked out for her. NG said they will have beautiful children and we will be praying for them. Absolutely. They got a lot of praying uncles and aunties and uncties. Kay said, I couldn't find anything about Speedy being biracial, having a white mom either. But if it's true, child. Mormon alone. He don't even got to have a white mama. Just Mormon. Hello. Christina said, yes, that's what a journalist does, period. Not a rando a podcaster just getting it checked. I love that interview. It gives me chills. It was really, really beautiful. Devon said, this journalist gave them some journalist shade of their past partners. I love it. A great interview. Yeah, I was like, fair skin. Okay, girl. I think she said fair skin because she said dark skinned black woman. Nas B said Marcellin Hilton will be very attractive, Nikki. I'm not saying they were. I was just saying sometimes when a couple is really hot, the kids are a hit or miss. Yeah, they may have a weird phase. They're a hit or miss sometimes. That just hurt me. Like every interview, they're hyping them up, loving on them. All for Ace to just come out the gate and destroy everything. Cameron has been wanting them to come on the interview. I don't know what's going on with their teams. I don't know why they haven't allowed that to happen. If I was managing Nick or Landria, I would have been set that up. That's so smart. Oh, it's a Southern thing. Okay. Okay, child. Okay. She said fair skins. I said, oh. Now, Alandria, we are not going to start calling him biracial, mixed race. A Wonderful Life said, Ola has literally memorized the edit. She was reciting everything back. Yes, when she was talking about when he was staring at her. She's like, what were you thinking when you were staring at me? Titanium said she says it a lot. Technically, he's fair-skinned and racist to social contract. You're right. Ashley said, I've noticed Ola does say a lot of things that fans are commenting a lot. She's heavily online. Hey, Will. Will says, hey, Star fam, I'm here in the replay gang. I want to give Nikki her 10 cents across the board. Her. I think besides entertaining us, she's been, Will is so sweet. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Will. Effie said, if he was really wise, he would have supported Alandria getting her money. If he was her friend, like he said he was. If he was her friend, he would have supported her scamming. Because if she's scamming with a white man, she's scamming all the way to the top. Why would you cast any doubt on that? Ava said, I do think she should stop emphasizing on him and yearning for her, though. Let him say it. Again, I think, like we've said previously, I think she's just reciting what she hears us say, because Landria, like Nick, is chronically online. Oh, absolutely they are. Absolutely. Emelina said, in a couple of months, watch Lifetime make a movie about Nick. Oh, absolutely. Lifetime don't waste no time. We'll have it by Christmas. Fire and Flame said Ola was single for 5 years. Where were the black men? Now that Ola's getting attention from Nick, now they have a problem with that. Listen, she said she was strict. And I'm so glad she finally let her guard down, because she was able to find her prince child. Holly said, bless her. She's not the most articulate person, but that's okay. He's white, even if his middle name is Marcel. Oh, she's beyond articulate. I think she's just being careful. I think they're all being very careful. Like, they came out of the villa. They went into the villa as normies. They came out of the villa as superstars. And they try to figure it out. That's what I'm saying. Give them grace. They're going to mess up. This is very new territory for them. Hey, Melody. Melody said, Nick and his family are getting Chelandria a bag. The money is real, even if the others is fake. Who cares, right? And Chelandria is very smart. She knows what she's doing. First of all, she was the top elevator salesperson at her job. Sales. She knows what she's doing. Will said about the pain this show has caused, it made a lot of money off the back of young people and allowed personalities like Austin to make zero effort, still allowed to be there. Ola is mature and not thirsty. I absolutely agree. He said she got a cowboy. She good. I love it. Balloons on hand. My sister bought a balloon machine. So we just have a balloon machine in our living room. Thank you guys.
17K.
We have got to celebrate. We have got to celebrate.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Celebrate. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Celebrate. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. Hey, hey, hey. Ain't no stopping us now. Hey, hey. Congratulations, Nikki.Star. 17K.
Thank you, family. I love you.
We love you, and the Star family do too. Look in the chat. They all in there saying congratulations.
Yes. Oh my God. I gotta catch up to the comments. Thank you all. That was so cool. Woo! Look at us, guys. We're growing. Oh my God. I had to cuss somebody out in such a victorious live. Lord. Soft and Spicy said the way they edited her relationship with Baldy Lots put more of the criticism on her and had people call her dumb. If they showed the truth, the dreadless of these names would have gotten more smoke. I agree. Fire and Flame, absolutely agree. Ace has blacklisted himself from any deals. People will be leery and reluctant to book him because he has become a liability. You are absolutely right. Absolutely right. Going after NBC Universal. Bad. Because here's the thing. The media is not going to go after any of the big three networks unless something really big happens and they have to talk about it. They're not going to side with Ace over NBC because NBC has a lot of media that they need to cover to stay in business. And a lot of them are in business with NBC. So there you go. This is the last press for him. This is the last press that he will ever get. And Speedy won't touch him again because of how that interview has tainted his image. He's done. The best thing for him to do is apologize, repent, and go away. What will work best for him is if he comes back, do some apology video, have Nick and Alandria in the video and, leave it alone and then post some pictures with them late, like just randoms, not, so it doesn't look calculated, but he's done. He's done. Ashley said, I kind of don't want to keep repeating for her from the fan base. I don't know. It could make some of her answers come off as not as genuine. The reason why she's doing this, and I've said this about the entire cast, they are watching the show and getting a perspective of the show from TikTok. And it's doing all of them a disservice. It's doing all of them a disservice. Dreadful said, Huda jumped off live in seconds to defend herself against kicking someone out of her room. She is disgusting. I could not believe in just how vile her responses were to Alandria. You know what's even more vile? Hold on. Do I have it? This right here. $17K. You can't, this is the picture she posted. Hold on, let me take my banner down. Her caption, and this is right after the reunion. Her caption in this picture that she posted is, I have a lot going on. Now, let me tell you why that's demonic, right? Because when Alandria told her about the George Floyd picture where her face was photoshopped on a George Floyd's dead body, and Huda's face was photoshopped on the cop who took George Floyd's life, that was Huda's response into why she couldn't speak to her fan base to tell them to stop being racist towards Alandria. Her response was, I experienced racism too, and I have a lot going on, so I couldn't get to it. She's not sorry. She did not talk to her fan base and tell them to stop bullying her because she agreed with how they treated her. Because Alandria was collateral damage because Huda was jealous of Shelly. She did not care. Just how Ace threw Shelly and Alandria in front of the gun that he shot at Nick, Huda did the same thing with Alandria. Everybody keeps on using that woman as collateral damage when they want to attack someone that she's close to. It's so unfair. It's so unfair. Jennifer said, them referring to Alandria as their dog is incredibly disrespectful, as if there aren't any other acceptable and respectful words to refer to her as friend. Show some respect and gentlemanly decor. They call her a dog, so they call her their dog so that they can treat her like a dog. Let's be honest. Because to call her friend, to call her sister, they have to care for her differently. But if you can say dog, then you lessen the relationship, and that behavior, that poor behavior, can be tolerated more because she's not your friend, she's not your sister, she's your dog. And you treat her as such. Mama Star said Ace will have to do a public apology to both of them and run a campaign to get his friends back publicly. Absolutely. Because he did it publicly. He disrespected them publicly. He has to woo them back publicly. Rhea said, remember Shelly was pushing Alandria to be with Taylor. She knew Taylor didn't like Alandria too. Well, the reason why I can't agree with that is because what Nick and Alandria said on the podcast, that Taylor was pursuing her. Remember, we only saw Taylor talking to Ace about how he wasn't attracted to her. And the only reason why he was talking to Ace about how he wasn't attracted to her and couldn't get there is because Ace was telling him to to pursue her better. So, oh, Charlie said everything. Do I have that boiled on? I gotta bring up this picture of Charlie. Charlie said how it feels knowing season 7 is over and I never have to see any of them ever again. Let me tell you something. Charlie kept it real. He didn't like them people and he let them know. He let them know. Jude said, I don't trust Shelly, and she pushed Chellandria to continue. Oh, I got that one, right? I hope I explained to you clearly why I felt the way I felt. Jeffrey Ruby said, I also wonder what on earth Ace was thinking. What was the point? What was this for? How did he think it would be perceived? Envy was riding his brain. That's it. That's it. Simply Simone says, the book talk girl, the romance authors fell in love with NICOLANDRIA. We're about to see so many loosely based books over the next years. We're going to see so many movies. So many movies about this couple. Alexis says, people are also not realizing that part of NICOLANDRIA blowing up after the finale is how those two move post-Villa compared to the other couples. They got to work immediately and the public followed. Yep. Very. Because I don't know why a child would be in here with me. Please don't play. And she don't have to. Amma said, interesting that Ace seems more concerned with Nick rather than him being assaulted on television by Huda. Baby, there are bigger fish to fry. Absolutely. Nicole, hey, name twin. Nicole said, I think in the end, this whole podcast fiasco will actually end up bringing Nick and Ola closer together. Absolutely. In Modern Love, Nick said he's happy he's not facing this all alone. And unfortunately, it's so sad, but they will come together because they're going to have to be on an island by themselves. They won't be able to trust anyone because they're so big. They're getting so famous so quickly, and everybody is showing themselves to be vultures. They might actually make it. They might actually go the distance because at this point, who can they trust? Who can they trust? Period. Unless one of them give us a reason not to. Period. It happens. It happens. Because envy, it changes your reality. Like you're not honestly seeing what's happening because envy is literally rotting your brain. That boy came in with so much motion, left with more motion, and destroyed everything he built because of envy. It's foolish. They don't have to. I love that Beyonce don't talk to us. She talked to us through her music. That's how they're going to have to move. At all. He made everything terrible for everybody. I'm so sorry. I'm working on that. That one shot I said, y'all was in the kitchen and I heard, watch your tone the way I drop my food. I am so sorry. Messy. Y'all messy. Absolutely. Like, why go after the woman? She hasn't said anything. Like, come on, y'all. Come on. Amen. We ride at dawn for our sisters. Amen. Listen, guys, in this industry alone, there are Black women I don't rock with. Do I think that y'all should rock with them? Absolutely not. But I'm going to let y'all use y'all discernment. Because I don't rock with them because of what I know. But I'm never going to say it publicly. Now, amongst me and my actresses, my Black actress friends, yeah, we get into it. We have our little conversations, but you will never hear me say anything about that sister publicly. Because I know me and her are fighting the same battle. And if she eats, I eat. If she win, I win. Even if I don't like her. Ciao. At all, Cindy. At all. That would eat. Thank you, Anthony. Eva said, I always felt that Ace and Taylor had a plan to make it to the top 3. Remember, Eva, we talked about that in the beginning. So that's why Ace was helping Taylor deceive Allandria. He just wanted Taylor at the end with him by any means necessary. Why? Because he can little bro Taylor. He can't little bro Nick. He can't little bro Nick. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Thank you, teacher. Deborah I said, when reality TV shows move to premium networks, they get so gross and dark. Example, Too Hot to Handle, Temptation Island, Love Island. Yep. Effie said Shelly was just on the red carpet at the Caribbean Music Awards, and she said that Allandria is her girl and always be her sister. Exactly. Did you see her? Did you see Sacred? Sacred posted her on their main account. Don't let Ace mess this up. You met Mama Tina. You're this close to meeting Beyonce. Get rid of him, Shelly. Get rid of him. He's going to mess up your bag. I'm a middle kid. You got to keep it moving. You got to keep it moving. Will says fandom is speaking on the relationship. People ignore that Ace reference mostly the end villa. Speedy was hating and just hilarious. Said way worse than Ace. I didn't even care about the boys. That's where Ace lost me the entire interview. But the fact that he used that Nick told him that he had no romantic feelings for Allandria in the damn villa. You disregard everything you say when you are hopping up and down at Disney watching him kiss Chellandria. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? She gonna wear that dress. She gonna wear that dress. Woo! She's gonna eat though. I'm never going to be able to get it now, but she's going to eat. Miss Brown Sugar said, and on Beyonce tip, of course, some goes down with, of course, some ish goes down when there's $1 billion in the elevator. These black women don't have to give you a show fighting them. Absolutely not. I hope they don't never say anything publicly and just like pop out at like some spa, like sisters getting facials and shut everybody down. I hope that's what they do. Eva Empathy said, thank you all for liking the video. It's a great way to support Nikki. It got me to 17K. It did. I'm so happy it's coming out. The Philly accent is coming out. Wait. She looked good, but those pictures were ridiculous. Kiwi Fruit says Shelly needs to stop going along with whatever Ace says. I know he said, let's try this. I just want to know, what was the direction? I'm telling you, it just didn't seem like a photo shoot I would see in Essence. I don't, and honestly, it looks like what older people think that younger people will want to see. It's weird. It looks goofy. It was weird. It was weird. I don't know. I saw those pictures. I said, what is this? Why was Ace who told them to do that? It absolutely is giving that. Those are the pictures you take when you're like 14 and you know, with your first boyfriend, you take those pictures at JCPenney and you get the pictures and you post them on your locker. So as soon as you open your locker, right under your mirror, people see pictures of you and your boyfriend at your JCPenney photo shoot to let everybody know that you are that you are an official couple. That's what it looked like. I don't know what they were doing. I don't know what that was. It was so weird. The names. Black Healer said, Menace is trying not to be short. My brother fixed his entire mouth to ask me not to wear the hit. Oh, child. Michelle Obama, First Lady Michelle Obama, when one of her first interviews, they asked her what was she most happy about now that that Barack is no longer president and she's no longer the first lady of the United States. She said the fact that I can get to wear that I get to wear heels again. And she made sure to mention it wasn't because Barack was insecure. It was because people were emasculating him because she was taller than him in heels. She said the fact that I can wear heels again. That's what I'm happy about. Listen, I love those mall photo shoots. If I ever bless a man with my presence, I'm absolutely doing a photo shoot like that with him. Because my mama didn't play that. So I couldn't have a boyfriend at no 14 or 15. My mom, she wasn't playing a boyfriend. My mom didn't play that. So I couldn't get those mall photo shoot pictures because Mama Star was like, no, you're a child, boyfriend wear. But now, if I happen to get me one, I'm getting that. That's something I always wanted. I hated the fact that I was the only girl that did not have it. Me and him are doing that. At our big age, we're going to be in JCPenney posing like Ace and Shelly because that's what 14-year-old Nikki wants, and I am going to give her whatever she wants. I spoil the hell out of my inner child. Why do you think I have so many fun pots? Because I had an easy bake oven as a kid. Oh! Adola said, somebody said the crazy poses are so that Ace never has to. Child, they said before any of that mess happened, we did this interview. Please don't drag us. They saw how y'all were dragging Crown Royal and they said, please, y'all, don't do us like this. Don't do us like this. Are you from Philly, Kay? Hey. Nicole said, never public drag me, but I will speak when anyone is harming Black women, even if the harm is coming from our community. Until I have more data about Shelly, I'm keeping it cute and mute. Amen. Same. That's the thing. Ace does not realize that. Like, I'm glad that Nick realizes who the star is of that relationship, right? Because he always gives the spotlight back to her. Like, the men need to realize you're popular because of your women, not the other way around. And that is the problem with Ace. He thinks that he's that guy because of him. And I'm like, no, it's Shelly, baby. It's Shelly. Oh, absolutely. Oh, the baby got to get a spanking. You can't pick the baby up. You got to let the baby cry. We cannot block this life lesson that he needs. We cannot block it. Ali said, this is also why I'm annoyed with Ace, because he had to know the NICOLANDRIA comments will cause backlash and then also blow back on Shelly by nature of his girl. Here's the thing. I don't think with him being 23 and extremely envious, I don't even think he thought that all the way through. I think he thought that Black women, when we heard that Nick didn't really like Calandria, that we were all going to turn on Nick, destroy him, and support Ace and be like, thank you, Ace, for saving us from that evil white man. We read. Calandria let y'all know her fan base is smart. We're smart. We have discernment. No, we saw right through this con. We saw right now, you were scamming. You've been scamming this whole time. He's not scamming with Shelly, but he's been scamming like he's been a friend of Ace to NikkiNicoleStar. You're the scammer, not NikkiNicoleStar. Hey, K Pratt. K Pratt said, I think we're all just dealing with such a dark time in our world that we want, we can get, even if it's parasocial. I absolutely agree with that. I think that's another reason. NikkiNicoleStar happened at a time where it's just so dark for everybody and everybody is scared. This one little piece of joy and fun and hope, everybody just latched to. If Kamala Harris was president, we would be like, oh my God, congratulations, NikkiNicoleStar. And we'd be on to something else. Any bit of joy we get, we hold on to it. We become sometimes obsessed with it because we're living in such a dark time. M said, oh no, I was talking about Janae's Cosmo. Oh, okay. Thank you. I was like, what is the article? me, or wherever you got it from. I would love to have one of those. Simply Simone said the writer of the article had to update the article after Chellace'S accused them. Damn it. Thank you, Lorena. Anna said, Nikki, if you turn your phone on reader view, the ads won't. Oh, thank you. I was reading it from my computer. Thank you. I can't find a comment, but somebody brought up Austin. Thank you. Give Austin the lashings y'all trying to give Shelly. Oh my God. Yes. Thank you guys. I finally got to 17K. What? We're growing, guys. As we grow, I'm going to develop an accent. Just be ready. Hi, Star family. Thank you so much for joining me. Hey, Black Fairy. Black Fairy said, congrats, Nikki. We'll open for a call. I'm watching Ace interview and I have, will I open for a call? I have so many questions. Here's what I'll do. Because I'm already at 2 hours. I'm going to open it up, and anybody who wants to hop on here, again, if I don't know you, you have to show your face because we're at 17K now. And we can't play no games. I'm going to open it up, and we're going to chat for about 15 to about 20 minutes because we're already at 3 hours, and people have been dragging me for these lives being so long, child. So let me get through these comments, and then I'll open it up, and we'll chat, and then I'll let you guys enjoy your Friday night. Simply Simone, oh wait, it's probably real late for y'all. Simply Simone said, tell Nikki, media is not losing a network contact in the name of Ace. Oh no, he's done. He's done. Zora said, has Huda posted anything re her people? I'm not trying to be rude, but she has well, she did, but she only posted about her people to attack Andy Cohen. Diabolical. She's not okay, guys. She's not okay. Christina said, the most psychotic thing about the George Floyd photo is that if I saw my face on Derek Chauvin's body, 30 seconds wouldn't pass before I said, hey, this is Bow, stop. Like, Huda didn't mind that? Nope. Alexa said, Ace's interview wiped off Huda's antics off social media outlets and where she was being called out. That's, yep. Thank you, ToyaStar. ToyaStar said, congratulations, my beautiful sister on 17K. You are such a beautiful person, full of love, wisdom, and knowledge beyond your years. Cheers to the platform and the people who tune in to support you. Thank you. Mary Mack said, not sure if you already spoke on this, but did you see that the latest Alondria pick? Oh, no. I didn't. Salt and Straw just dropped their fall flavors. And La Crusade, they dropped their harvest collection. And they have a glitter pumpkin. Yes, I got it. Where? I'm not pronouncing this right, child.
Stay hydrated.
Is this it? Here we go. Oh no! This is too much. Nick! No! I can't even show y'all this. My God, today. Okay, Big Belgian. One bad brownie said they called her a dog because they were there it is. Nashi said calling Chellandria a dog because they see her as one of the guys and don't find her. Bingo! Miss J said Taylor told Nick a different thing about Chellandria because he knew Nick like Ola. Absolutely. Simply Simone said, why do I have a feeling Alan Ace will go on the break? Oh God. And that is where red pillars go to die. Have fun, young man. He would have ate on those shows. Now that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. What network is going to pick him up, knowing that if he doesn't get his way, he's going to make these wild accusations about the show and probably get it canceled. He better stay on TikTok. Nasby said, I saw a vid from another Black woman reality star who made the same point that Ace should know better than to speak in ways to tear down another Black person. The kids need to learn about community. I agree. Because it was absolutely going to Ace. Bag fumbled. Dreadful Ruby said, Trader still has season 6 to work with too. Rob can't be the only person they pull from season 6. I think the cast is already done. Ace said, Ace and Taylor calling her dog noun tracks after finding out they purposely played her for their benefit. Yep. Hey, Nisa. Nisa said, every year the women always leave with more followers than the men. I don't know why Ace ever thought he was going to be the most popular. The men never are, especially on a show where the fan base is mainly women. All right, guys, I am going to share the link. If you want to hop on, let your girl know. It's in the chat. What's its purpose said, Ms. Melanie, I think messaging Blue or letting her know in the comments will help. I am not too sure. What's going on? I had that. That's my inspiration. Oh, I had that picture and I'm absolutely sending it to my stylist. I saw that and I said, ooh, I have so many pictures of Olandria's hair within just the last week. Nick, my God, today, the beauty of dating a Black woman, our hair changes every day. Like Olandria, that red wig, oh, that's my inspiration for the fall. And then that curly picture, I have it. Girl, as soon as I saw it, I said, this is my next hairstyle. This might just be my birthday hair. And Nick is in Houston where she got her hair done because her man was coming to town. Y'all tell me that's scamming? That is a clear Black woman move. Your man is coming into town. You getting your hair done. She probably got her hair done, her nails done, waxed. Yes, got them feet together because Nick likes to suck some toes. Scamming where? That's realistic. Thank you guys. 17K. Cameron said, I'm sick of talking about Scrappy Doo, but Nikki, have you seen the pink glittery ghost face mask at Walmart? Cameron, I love Cameron because we are like, me and Cameron, we have a special Halloween connection. What? I saw one at not Party City. Spirit Halloween. Who is this? Chang, show your face. Sorry, baby. Yeah. As soon as I said, show your face, Chang disappeared. Yeah, don't play with me. Pink ghost face man. Yes. Hold on. Is this the one? Is this the one you're talking about? Because this is the one I saw at Spirit Halloween. And they had a bunch of bedazzled like pictures, like masks like this. And I said, oh, they making stuff just for the girls. E for Empathy, welcome to the stage. Share your thoughts, queen.
Hey, Nikki. Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, I can hear you.
I just wanted to congratulate you on 17,000 subs. I'm so happy for you. And I also wanted to thank you so much for allowing me to help you mod the lives. It means so much to me, honestly. I love you. I love this community. Thank you for building this for us. It means so much to me. So thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, okay.
Other people in.
Okay, and before you leave, I want to thank you because you have been so helpful to me. Guys, the Discord is coming. E for Empathy has been helping me with that, getting everything together. And I just, even when I forget about it, you are always on it. You make sure to let everybody know to like this video. And I want to thank you for helping me to get to 17K because you making sure that everybody is liking this video, it is helping me in the YouTube algorithm. And thank you for just all of the work that you do. I totally
Of
appreciate it.
course.
This is a win for us. Thank you.
Anything for you and the Star fam. Anything for you and the Star fam, I swear. You're like my real family.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. Thank you for hopping out. Bye. Amma, you ready? Let's go. Speak your piece, queen.
First of all, 17K, what do you mean? I thought, first of all, your family's so cute. They bust through the doors. So cute.
When they came through, I'm like, what is going on?
I was looking away and I was like, what was going on? It's so cute. Oh my gosh. What did I come here to say? I got distracted.
No, go ahead. Take your time.
With Ace, one, like I said, I'm like, you were kind of admitting to being assaulted on camera, and your biggest concern is Nick and Alandria. I spent like the year getting to know the men in my life because I realized I wasn't paying attention to them, and like certain things would come up, and I have to say, if there are any men in the live, I don't know what your ratio is for subscribers. You guys need to learn how to protect yourselves from assault. I think they're always like concerned about us, like talking about, women have this, and I'm like, you guys also get assaulted. I need you guys to focus on that
all the time
and talk about that. If they don't want to talk about it,
they don't realize it until they talk to women, and women are like, "Oh, you were assaulted."
But then they're mad at us for talking about it because they don't have the courage to talk about it themselves.
Yeah.
That's a side thing. And then also, I'm like, I'm confused. And you really are your biggest enemy, because to me, this whole time, Ace was doing well. To me, the core four were doing so well. So when we're talking about his jealousy, I see that. I can see how he sees that. But I'm also like, Ace, the other contestants weren't touching you. You were just too busy looking at Nick, and you're like, why does this white man have more pull than me? And that was killing you, and you killed your own thing. I'm sure, like, Pepe, for example, does not have as much like attention or clout. Yeah. Even Brian and Amaya, they're the ones who should be complaining because they won and nobody cares about them. So I'm just surprised. You really just shoot yourself in the foot. And this is just honestly causing like self-reflection. I'm like, am I? Yeah. Oh my God, yeah.
The thing about it is, I know people are mad at Ace. I really do feel bad for him.
Yeah.
Because he lost everything. And I don't know if he's going to be able, because here's the thing. I don't think he doesn't know what he lost, right? Because he doesn't know what was coming up for him.
Right.
Everybody could see what was coming up for him. Like, especially people within the industry. Like, I'm looking, especially with the core four, I'm like, oh, they got it. And he was not even wise enough to know that dropping that interview before this media rollout for the both of them was so not wise, because these brands that you work with are getting their sponsored ads from you flooded with negativity. And then people assuming that these brands are attached to the hate that you put out. He made himself so untouchable. And as long as Shelly stands by that man, she will become as untouchable as well. So she got to make a quick decision. It's unfortunate, but for business, you got to make the right move.
And brands are really going off of what the client sees, what they feel when they see your face. Like when I see the, what do you call it? The American Eagle jeans, I'm like, don't want it. I'm good. When I saw the Gap jeans, I was like, do I want Gap jeans?
Exactly. Exactly.
I see Cat's Eye and I have a good feeling when I see them. And that's really what they're going off of. They're not going to lose money over some one dude when they can hire somebody else. That's not how that works. Whatever company. And another thing, my last point I want to talk about is having your boyfriend be your biggest op is so crazy. Oh,
it's so many women deal with that. So many women deal with that, and they don't realize it until several kids later. And they're like, you don't realize it until you're like at your kid's graduation by yourself. watching this whole thing go down, being like, the life I could have had I not messed with that demon.
I was sitting. Oh, I see the. Sorry, I didn't open the comments. Thank you, Shanti. I can't. Yeah, I don't know how you do this. This is, anyways. But
yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
a lot going on. But like, I had a conversation in a bar on literally last Sunday, and this girl was telling me, Sydney, she's telling me about her boyfriend, how she loves him so much. She's like, she wants to get married. She's my age, so I was like, I don't know why you're trying to do that. But
Relax. Yeah.
I'm just listening. But also, I was like, Sydney, I need you to face me. I said, before you get married, you need to talk to a lawyer. You together and separately.
Yeah.
And immediately her response was like, she was like, but his parents are like so sweet. I said, that's their son. That's not your mommy and daddy.
Yep.
And then I'm like, we don't teach women to like also examine if this person is, this sounds bad, but if this person is like profitable or like
that's listen, your finances become intertwined. Your lives become intertwined. So his failures is your failures. You listen, I hate to keep on using NICOLANDRIA as an example, but this is a guy that you should be looking after. Like, because whenever he eats, he makes sure that she eats more.
Yeah.
And his family does the same. That is very important. And that is what you need to be looking out for. Because he's not wealthy. He don't really have all this money right now. He got potential. And he is using that potential to the max. I was surprised. We looked at. Go ahead.
I was surprised when she said, "Oh, and his parents also help me financially." I said, "What?"
When she said that, I said, "Girl, don't you go nowhere."
I said, "You keep that. Keep it forever. Even if he's like annoying you, just be like, just go to the mom and dad."
Because like, remember, Nick's mom is a model. Like she had covers back in the day, so she was a '90s model. She was getting work. She is literally using her relationships to help catapult Olandria's dream, because that's what she's always wanted to do. I think Nick and his sister just modeled because it was just in the family. Yeah. This is what Olandria really wants to do, and they're all making sure that she does just that.
And she has the personality for sure.
Yep.
And I've seen her walk. She has a walk, so we're good. Check.
Listen, Fashion Week, I can't wait.
What is this dress? What is this dress you're referring to? I need to see it.
I can't. No, this is the thing. If she wears it, I'll tell you what it is.
If she doesn't,
if she wears it,
okay.
I think she is. I think she's gonna wear that freaking dress.
But yeah, I was just like, I'm glad that I'm not glad, but we're seeing Ace early stages when him and Shelly are together, and they're not.
Hallelujah.
Friends.
I'm glad that he dropped the mask now.
Because if it's better than be like Janae and whatever his name, I already forgot. Because they were dating. It had been like a year.
Mm-hmm.
A year is crazy. Mm-hmm. And also, one, learning your boyfriend is your biggest op, but what also confused me, one, with that coming out and Ace having the nerve to also kind of just be reckless with the things that he was saying. And I don't know if he was being reckless or if he was advised poorly advised.
I don't think he was advised at all. And that's the problem. Remember, before they even got out, I was like, this show is going to be really big. I hope everybody gets some representation.
Yeah.
I hope everybody gets somebody to speak for them. I hope everybody gets somebody to run their social medias, because they're going to mess up.
Yeah.
And only people who are seasoned in this industry and who get paid to do this will know how to help them recover. Ace don't have nobody. Ace don't have nobody.
Which is shocking to me, because he said, he was the one that had the most followers. So for him, first and foremost, I thought he was going to know how to handle himself. I was like, Ace will be fine. He already had 1 million followers before, but I realized people with 1 million followers just float around with 1 million followers with a big head. They don't actually know how to protect themselves legally.
Yep.
And it's showing. His age is showing for sure.
His age is showing, and his ego is blocking his blessings, unfortunately for him, because I'm just like, dude, I don't know how you are going to be able to recoup this loss. This is a monumental loss.
Even with my generation, I'm Gen Z. We're either super progressive or MAGA down. I don't know what I don't know what that side's about. I don't know what they do. Yeah. All I know is I encounter them sometimes. But
Yep.
I was gonna say that what happened to having private conversations about things? Like, why did he jump? Not even on his phone. He jumped on a live setup screen with
This
his
is the thing, and I talked about this before. Envy is rotting his brain, so he's not making smart decisions, because not only is envy rotting his brain, envy is showing him an unreal reality.
Yeah.
So he can't see clear. He can't see clear. He can't think straight. And he is hearing all kinds of lies because his mind is literally playing tricks on him. Because if you listen to that interview after it, and this young man is talking about things that we saw.
Yeah.
It sounds absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Because it's like, what are you talking about? Their relationship is fake because he told you there was no romantic spark. Why were you going up for them at Disney? Why did you do a whole photo shoot with them? What? Yeah. No, what happened was you saw how popular they were, and that's where it started. Because he said, when I got out the villa, it was NICOLANDRIA. So that's where envy was first planted. Then he never dealt with it, so that seed began to bloom and blossom. And it was looking for an opening for him to attack Nick. And all it took was him saying, hey, you didn't do this for me. And Nick saying, well, I'm over it. And he was just like, that's it. So it should not have been enough to destroy their friendship. No. But if envy was building within him from the minute he got out the villa, that's all it would take.
I knew it built when I saw them on Fallon with Brian and Amaya.
Oh, yes.
I was like, oh no, that's network television. That isn't like, yeah, and live television, well, live sometimes. But I was like, that would definitely make it build.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're also such boys. Like, even Taylor reacting to it casually. He's reacting to it like I would react to my friends. I'm like, Taylor, you're on camera.
And here's the thing. I want to bring this up. For Taylor to drop this and say absolute cinema and put that he's going to live recap it, there is absolutely no way he didn't already know about this interview and he didn't already know what was said or in it. Because one, how do you drop this and you say absolute cinema if you've never seen it? Two, I watched the live. He didn't react to anything. It was like he already watched it or already knew what was coming.
Yeah.
And that's why I was just like, he is not a friend to Nick either. He is not a friend to Nick either. All of the guys in the villa, except for Pepe, all reacted to this. Everybody's posting on their social media that they're watching it. Why would you even post that you are watching something that would tear down NikkiNicoleStar? It's because they're all jealous. They're all jealous that they are not getting the opportunities that NikkiNicoleStar are getting, instead of just being genuine friends to them and being able to eat right alongside them, because that is how Nick and Alandria are. They're so kind, so sweet, so generous. They would have made sure all of them ate.
Yeah, that's what I was also going to say, is like them calling Alandria their dog, whatever. But I have male friends, and when he said, well, I know they're not together because, or their relationship's not real because Nick told me he didn't like her. You're actually fake? Because I have a homeboy named Chris. Shout out to Chris. He's not watching this. He's not watching this. But if I had a guy who I was really into and he could tell, because it's happened before, and he could tell he didn't like me, he'd be like, yo, he's not feeling you.
Yeah.
You didn't tell her that. So you're not her friend. Let's start there. You're not her friend.
Well, he said that. He's not her friend. He's her dog.
Right.
That's his dog.
That's not what I was like, that's not real, because you're treating her like a woman, not like your friend or whatever you see a woman as. That's not friendship. Yeah. But anyway, so it was very self-serving, and he's going to get what he's going to get it. And again, he's forgetting that he's Black for some reason. Like, I'm like, they're not. He's
red pilled. That's what it is. He's red pilled. Especially red pilled young Black men see like them identifying as Black as like, what do they call it? Like a weakness. So that's why he said, I'm not going to use the victim mentality. Yeah. What Black person says victim mentality? I
don't know anyone
that's some Nazi chat room speech. Because, what are you talking about?
Even my family, I don't know if I said this, they're from Jamaica, immigrants to
Hey, for sure.
to can't actually technically my mom beat me. She got her citizenship before me. Anyways,
Oh, that's right.
Jamaicans do not say that. We have the right to complain as Black people. So every time I heard when he said that, I was like, no, that's not right.
Yeah. And as soon as he said that, I said red pill.
Yeah.
Red pill.
I'm not in those spaces either, so I don't know. I don't know like the flags. I have to ask my guy friends often. I'll be like, "What is that word that he just said?" And they're like, "Oh, it's something that you don't want to know." And I'm like, "Noted, thank you."
Yeah, very scary.
That's all I wanted to say. Again, congrats on 17K.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining me. Bye. Black Fairy, you ready? I'm going to take that as a yes. Come on up.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. You can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So I just finished watching the interview front to back, and I have so many thoughts. My thing is, if Ace had these issues with Nick, why didn't he pick up the phone and call him? Why would you go on a public podcast and air this out?
Mm-hmm.
Because the reunion was filmed 2 days before before this podcast. He could have said something to him, or even after the reunion. So why would you say that? And then on top of
hold on, before you go on, I do want to make a comment about that, which makes it more sinister, is that he could have texted him, he could have called him, but he decided to sit on his podcast that at this point has 1 million views and take a shot at him to hurt and embarrass him.
Yes, exactly.
Diabolical. Go ahead.
Exactly. And then he says that, I have a lot of, at the beginning of the podcast, he says, I have a lot of respect for Landria. And then he says, Ola and me and Shelly were all at their birthday party together. And I'm thinking to myself, if you have respect for her and your friends, you consider her your friend, why don't you pull her inside and say, hey, like, I know you're having fun with this guy, but I don't think he really likes you. I just want you to be careful. Just, keep your head on a swivel. And whether or not she agrees with it, even if she said, hey, I know he doesn't like me, we're just doing this for business. And we're just, getting it back together. Don't worry about it. I'm fully aware he's not into me. Why would you just go and tell the public that? Even if they are quote unquote scamming and he's not romantically attracted to her, you could have just kept that on the low and be like, listen, they don't like each other. She's getting her bag. She's getting her money. They'll break up within a year and people will move on. Now you're making it seem like both of them are scamming. Nick doesn't actually like her. He doesn't find her romantically attractive because he's dated Ciara, and he was, I think, with Baldasha, so he likes a certain type of woman, and Ola is not that type of woman, and he's just with her for the money, and he's using her. But then you're also making it seem like the people who don't believe in this situation, giving them more fuel to the fire to say, of course he doesn't like her. He was with Ciara. He was with Baldasha. Like, they don't show any type of like PDA. No, like, yes, he kisses her on the hand, but he doesn't really like kiss her. So clearly they're not together. They're just doing this for money. Yeah. And as a friend, you could have just kept that on the low. You could have been like, yeah, they're really great friends. They're great partners. And I've been seeing a lot online saying, he has a right to his opinion, which yes, he does. But when he made that facial expression after Speedy asked, like, does Nick like Alandria? He just made that facial expression. He didn't say yes, he didn't say no. So now you're having the public insinuate that, no, Nick never liked her. Yep. Or Nick is just scamming her, and Ola is essentially too dumb to realize she's being scammed. That's basically what you're doing. It not only is he undermining her intelligence, he's also adding the fuel to her not being desirable. Yes, and exactly. If you're a friend, why would you put her in that position? Exactly. And even if she is naive, let's say, hey, she's naive, she doesn't know what's going on. You could at least just, give her a little heads up. Just be careful, like he may not like you like that. Don't just be his friend and have the campaigns together. But I want to let you know that he's not romantically attracted to you, but for the cameras, just be his friend. Yes, for the cameras, just be his friend, but also just be cautious. That I can understand. And then on top of that, he was saying that, oh, like there was so many influences outside the villa, aka the producers. So in my mind, I'm thinking, did the producers tell Taylor to continue the relationship with with Orlandria? Because Ace said, oh, Taylor didn't have a choice. Like he had to choose Orlandria.
Mhm.
But
Contradicting himself.
if Taylor didn't have a choice and he had to choose Alandria, if you're quote unquote Taylor's friend, you could have said, "Hey Taylor," when he said, "Oh, I'm not romantically attracted to Alandria," Ace could have said, "You know what? It's okay. You and her could be friends. You and her could be friends until you find someone." Because that has happened in the villa. He basically was pushing Taylor to be with Alandria, knowing full well he wasn't attracted to her from the beginning. Mind you, you're saying that Alandria is your quote unquote friend in the villa, but you're letting Taylor literally play it in her face and from the public, yes,
like Huda, he used her as collateral damage. He didn't
yes,
care about Alandria. He didn't see Alandria as a friend. He was
yes,
teaching Taylor on ways to continue to manipulate her so that Taylor can stay in this game and win it with him.
yes. And the fact that they say that, oh, there's no phones in the villa, he doesn't know how the public is perceiving Alandria. So even if Ace is seeing him, even if Ace is seeing Taylor, take her breakfast or I don't know, give her his jacket, whatever he's doing in the villa, that's not being perceived outside in the public.
Yeah.
So you saying, oh, continue to try to be with her, you are letting her essentially get played instead of just saying, hey, Taylor, just be her friend.
Yep.
There was that. And then they talk about how Speedy talked about, oh, hey, a lot of the contestants on the show who had a cold sore. But then he says, oh, because of my boundaries and who I am, like, oh, I don't have any cockroaches on my lips. I'm like, whoa.
Fool.
First of all,
fool. He's an absolute fool. That's a huge accusation. And
he's like, oh, I don't have cockroaches on my lips. My thing is, a lot of these contestants come out and say that they do multiple STI screenings after each challenge. So you're insinuating that Nick had a huge cold sore on his lips. And my thing is, as a show, if the contestants have a cold sore, that's a health violation. Mm-hmm. And you could be sued for that.
Yeah.
So why on one breath the contestants coming out of the villa saying, oh, we do a lot of STI screenings before and after each challenge.
Here's the thing.
And then Nick has a cold sore. And that cold sore was huge because even I, as a public, was like, whoa, what's on his lip? It wasn't a cold sore because Charlie said that he got hit with the baseball or something.
Taylor said that. Taylor confirmed that. Everybody said that. Here's the thing with Ace. Ace throws, like when Ace is in an argument or in a disagreement or in any kind of battle, he can't battle on his own. So he will use whatever and whomever to hurt the person he is having this beef with. Because Alandria was collateral damage in Ace's beef with Nick. Shelly was collateral damage in Ace's beef with Nick. The show was collateral damage in Ace's beef with Nick. He's throwing everybody under the bus, running them over and running them back over just so he can tag Nick. He does not realize that the target that the things that he is throwing at Nick are just going to ricochet back to him. So
Yes.
he didn't even get Nick. He missed his target, and now he hit himself and lost all of his opportunities. He's a
Yes.
fool.
And I like in the interview, he basically said that, oh, Nick never liked Alandria. The only, like, yes, he was physically attracted to her, but there was no romantic interest. Nick only liked her after they got dumped and they're coming back, and now all of a sudden, oh yes, I like her. So once again, insinuating that Nick is only being with her because one, he doesn't have any other choice. And once Sierra left, he had to choose her to stay in the game. That's basically what he's telling the public.
Yeah.
And how can you say that? But then, like in the villa, in one of the episodes, he was like, "Oh, like maybe like the universe is putting them back together, or they should try to be together." Like he said that in one of the episodes towards the end when he was on the couch with Shelly, stating, "Hey, like the universe is putting them back together." So in one breath, you're saying Nick doesn't like Alandria, but then you're telling Shelly that Nick should try to go with Alandria.
Mhm.
To me,
Well, he
that
said
like,
influence, but I'm just like,
yeah.
okay,
I'm like, did the producers tell, I don't know, did the producers hint to tell Ace, like, try to be more nice to Nick so he could pick Alandria and continue to be in the game?
Well, no, I think I don't think Ace had an issue doing it, right? He now says, oh, they influenced and they forced me to do it. I don't think he would have an issue to do anything like that. I think Ace now has an issue with it because he felt like he aided in Nick and Alandria's success and that he helped them become bigger than him. So now he regrets doing it.
And I also wanted to mention, I was very confused because he said the last time he spoke to Nick about Alandria, Nick said, I am not romantically attracted to her. As the public watching this, the last time he spoke to her was two occasions. I mean, with Nick was two occasions. The first one was when they were in the villa and Nick had that pink like hoodie on, and Nick said that, oh, she gives me the flutters when I'm around her. And then Ace said, hey, that's when like you're falling in love. That's instance once. The second one, they quote unquote talk, was when they were in Disneyland together and Ace was jumping up and down. So when Ace says, hey, when Nick told Ace, I'm not romantically attracted to Alandria, is he insinuating that he told him this during Disneyland while they were, doing the little video together? Because that is what I'm thinking from a public's point of view, because they said the last time they spoke, if the last time they spoke was quote unquote real life, i.e. being in Disneyland, then that is what he's saying, that, oh yes, I still don't find her romantically attractive, because they said that they haven't spoken since they left the villa, which was what, in July?
That's not
i.e.
true.
Disneyland.
But that's not true. We had seen them do different things. Like it wasn't just Disneyland. They also did.
They did a photo shoot together.
Yeah,
and they did photo shoot and press together. But I feel like I want to know, as the public, what is to him the last time they spoke? Is it when they did Disneyland? Is it when they did that photo shoot together? Because he's making it seem like
Kimberly is saying the fan base. Oh wait, first of all, that's a huge. The fan base has raised over $10,000 for diabetic research for Nick's charity. Amen.
Wow.
NICOLANDRIA High. I wanted to highlight KD. Gemini Speaks is answering your question. Ace said it was in the villa when Nick.
Okay.
And we saw that.
Yeah, we saw that as a public. So why would he say that again? There's no romantic interest because outside of the public in Disneyland, they were all together.
Yep.
As a viewer watching, I am so confused because we saw everything in the villa. So why are you still saying, oh, she's not romantically attracted to her? Are you saying this because even from the villa, Nick was not romantically attracted to her, and it just continues since they left, and he's just playing this game? Because that is what he's insinuating.
Yeah. And again, I don't believe anything that he's saying because he's just speaking out of jealousy. He's angry. So he is just making up this narrative now because if it, this is the thing, the sad part about this is, if Nick would have just said, I'm excited, I'm happy that I'm in the Final Four, but Ace and Shelly should have been here with us, or Ace and Shelly, even better, Ace and Shelly should be here, not me and Alandria. If he would have said that, we would have never had this interview, and that's sad. That's sad.
That's sad. And I know people obviously are going to say, oh, Ace has the right to his opinions and how he feels, and he has the right to say his truth. He does. But if you, like I said, he keeps saying, oh, I respect Alandria. I see Alandria as a friend. You would be protecting her. Because from an outside, say, I never watched this show, and this is what I came upon watching the Speedy interview. I'm gonna be thinking, one, this girl is dumb. Why is she with this white man who doesn't even like her? Like, yes, get that money, but you could tell, oh, he doesn't like her XYZ. And that's what people who may not be in the quote unquote hype or who doesn't watch this show is probably thinking.
Well, also we have to realize that, and I just highlighted it. Ace is creating a narrative Ace is rewriting history to create a narrative that fits that Nick is the bad guy. And he did not think this through. And the reason why he did not think this through is because he thinks so lowly of Black people. He thought that we were just going to instantly believe him and not use our own judgment or trust our eyes and ears from what we heard being said. And because that didn't happen, he is probably gagged at this backlash, because he thought from that interview that we were all going to attack Nick, and Nick was going to lose everything.
And my thing is, there's nothing like jealousy is a human emotion. Everybody gets jealous. It's how you use it to your advantage. Oh wow, Nick is very popular. And I see Nick and Alandria, they're creating all this hype for themselves. Let me, even though I have a following, let me try to, get more brand deals for me and Shelly. Because a lot of people love Chellace'S. Chellace'S. So why not stick to your own lane? Yes, NICOLANDRIA has a huge hive, but you can also market yourself as well. And people love Shelly. I love Shelly. And I loved Ace.
Ace could not see that. He could not see how popular Chellace'S was because he was minding NICOLANDRIA'S business and success. That's the thing. He can't see it. He probably still can't see it.
Yeah.
He probably still can't see it. Any last thoughts? Because obviously me has been very patient.
Yes, I was actually going to say that I know you said that, oh, he's going to lose a lot of brand deals, but in my opinion, he's a man. People are going to forget this and within a year, and he's going to come back and apologize, be like, oh, people, just give Ace grace, so he's going to get his lashings now, but within a year he'll probably be back on social media. And I also want to
disagree. I don't think he can come back from this, and here is why. Two things. One, Ace went after a very popular white man. He also went after, and I don't think he knows this, but the accusations that he made in that interview with Speedy, he went after a network. And he went after a network which seemingly, from what we have seen and heard from other cast members, it seems to be lies. And so he really made himself unapproachable. Like, nobody would want to work with somebody like that who is coming off extremely negative and also high risk because of the downfall that has come out of this interview. Nobody wants to work with him. And I think, and it's unfortunate for him, but I don't think he even realized what was set up for him or what was coming his way just by being friends with NICOLANDRIA. I don't even think he saw that. And I really don't think he can come back from this to the level that he was at. I think it's going to take years for him to come back from this, and it's very unfortunate.
Oh, and thing. For it's like he's dating Shelly. Now I'm thinking to myself, does Shelly have these same thoughts about Nick and Alandria as well?
Here's the thing, we don't know, but it's important at this point, business-wise, because the fan base is like talking about it. It's important for her to say something. Damage
Yes. Yes, she definitely has to say something. And my last tidbit is, this has nothing to do with them, but Clark needs to run. Clark needs to run. What is she doing with that man? Clark is too pretty for this. She needs to be getting a MAC brand deal and teaching us how to do her like evil eyeliner. What is she with that man?
Listen, she should have been doing a bundles or a tape-in deal. But here's the thing, we can't want more for her than she wants for herself. And I personally just had to accept it. We have to realize that Clark is exactly where she wants to be.
Mm-hmm.
And wish her well.
Taylor, it's a trust fund baby, gets money, but why would you want to be with someone who's mean to you? Just for some bags? Girl, somebody else will buy you bags. Better yet, you go and you buy yourself those bags. Hopefully, like, go get yourself a cute brand deal. Teach us how you do your eyeliner. Teach us how you do your hair. She seems like, a good woman. Like, why are you with him? Because now you look crazy.
Yep. Unfortunately.
Like, go get yourself, like I said, go get yourself a MAC brand deal. But I don't know.
She has to want that. And until she does, all we can do is support her from afar.
Mm-hmm. And Taylor is not a good person. I don't want to judge. I don't know him from a can of paint, but the fact that you have no problem leading Alandria on and being like, ha ha ha, nobody likes you, that's really how he feels.
Yeah. But listen, one thing we know for sure, two things for certain. God don't play about Alandria. He got her. She gonna be all right. Thank you for joining me, Black Fairy.
Thank you so much. I had a wonderful time. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Obviously, me, come on up here. Hey.
Hey. I only have a few things.
Okay.
Because basically, one of those things is that NICOLANDRIA haters need some new discourse. They need some new rhetoric. Like, I have been with these two since day 0. And when I tell y'all, it's not even reheated nachos. Like, it's expired and they're trying to like convince you that it's still good. And what I mean by that is this discourse, like, it's been the same thing since like day 1. It's been the same thing. We're just now getting new discourse, which is like, oh, well, Nick isn't defending Ola, blah, 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 and stuff like that, which I will get into. But it's just the discourses. I'm not even, I can't. Anyways, my big thing, someone asked me, because I did a super chat where I said that Nick is the first white man in Love Island to get the villain edit. And someone asked me, like,
that's
like,
very
what do you
true.
mean by that? And I was like, hold on, because they were like, oh, he's like a popular white dude, everyone loves him. I'm like, you didn't watch the reunion, did you? Because if you notice, the way they edited him actually gave NICOLANDRIA haters new rhetoric. Now the criticism and the hate became, oh, look, he doesn't defend her from racism. Oh, look, you know what I'm saying? Like, now
Jeremiah, who came out and said, no, he did. And Vanna.
Yes. And you have people like, he was crying, like, yes, like, I was like, literally, like, this is the first time Love Island has given a white man the villain edit, and I stand by that. Like, there's one thing, like, for even the most like badly behaved white dudes will get like some nice edits, right? Nick
Yeah.
was on his best behavior. But production has still
Yeah.
not stopped giving him lashes for actually being into Ola.
Mm.
That's what that edit at the reunion was.
Honestly, I don't think it's because of Alandria. I think it's for control. Because Nicolandria is bigger than the show. And they can't have that, because if they
Right.
become bigger than the show, then their biggest stars no longer need them. And they can't have that. So they need to have some kind of control. So you can't let them get too big, because if they get too big, they go to other networks to get more money, and then if you want to work with them, you got to pay more than the competing network. So it's, you can't let them get too big. You got to knock them down a notch and keep them in their place. Look at what happened to Nene Leakes on the Real Housewives of Atlanta. She was absolutely bigger than the program. And what did we see? It happens. I do hope they're smart enough to move on to greener pastures, because I'm not necessarily the network. It's not good for them. I think that at least this production team, I don't think that from what I have seen, I don't think that they did those kids right. I don't think they did those kids right.
And it's interesting that you say knocking them down a peg, because I also sent a super chat where I said, I'm calling it Nicolandria is going to be like the last couple standing.
Oh,
which would
absolutely.
be the ultimate, haha to all the people who said they were fake. Is that they're going to be the only ones left, because
here's the thing: all the hate those people are giving them, y'all just bringing them closer together.
Yeah, Ola said it.
Y'all are fortifying this couple while you think you're tearing them apart. You're fortifying them. You're making them stronger, because now they're just like, oh, we're going to go into our bubble and we're just going to focus on us. And when they start focusing on each other, that takes it to another level. You're making them stronger.
And it's interesting to see, like, now we have this flip almost of like, now the white podcasters are like actually posting something positive about Nicolandria, because when they first came out, that wasn't the case. Now it is. And I'm like, okay, they found the right people. I'll say that they found the right people, and they got more selective about who they're letting interview them in that shows. Because when they first came on there, they were very inexperienced, and they were like, yeah, I'll just go with anybody pretty much. But now they're like, oh no, we gotta, it's okay to say no, basically.
Yeah.
Which good for them.
Here's why I think a lot of the podcasters, the white podcasters who were not fans of them, are now turning on them, because they now see how huge they are. And the fact that they couldn't sit down with them hurts their profits. So what they're doing is jumping on the Nicolandria train by defending them against Ace, who is enemy number one right now. They dare not do that to Huda, because they still want to eat off of Huda's fan base, who is mainly their fan base. So when Ace threw his hat in the ring and said, I'm going to one up Huda and become enemy number one, they felt safe to move against him, because that's not the fan base that they have. Nor Ace's fan base is not the fan base that they have, nor is it the fan base that they desire. They desire the Nicolandria fan base because of what Nicolandria has done for Nick and Nicolandria. So they found a great opportunity to now switch up and be like, oh, Ace is wrong and Ace is wrong, because they don't need Ace or his fan base. They need Nicolandria. So that's why they're hopping in. Hope that Nicolandria is smart enough to know what they're doing. Their teams are smart enough to know what they're doing, and don't entertain those podcasts, because let them stay where they're at. They were fake. They were scamming. Y'all didn't like them. Y'all didn't think it was real. Keep that same energy. Keep that same energy.
like that Twitter video, like, oh, y'all was over there, don't switch up now. Like, yeah, no,
Yeah, don't switch it
don't do
now.
it.
Stay over there. Stay
Um,
over there.
a little small points, but only thing I'll say about Ace, and he is literally having the Sierra arc. Sierra before Nicolandria started stepping on her toes and before she really believed it, was expressing support for them.
Mm-hmm.
They came out. She said, "Oh crap, they real and people love them." Then she switched up. Ace, they were in the villa. They were isolated. There was no social media,
Mm-hmm.
influence. He loved on them. Came out, saw the love they got, turned on them. I'm like, it's literally the same exact thing. I'm like, it is Sierra curse at this point. The
Yeah.
404 curse. Like, it really is.
And it's just envy because Sierra could have ate off of Nicolandria as well.
Yeah.
Everybody is
Um,
moving so foolishly, and it's just like, guys, this is why you have to, before you get out that villa, before you pick up that phone, call a management team first. Y'all are messing up so many bags. It's so unfortunate to see all, because remember, I was the one that said Ace was going to be the most successful Love Islander ever.
he did. Mm.
He blew everything. It, like, he would have absolutely gotten a role on an, especially an NBC sitcom. He's an idiot. Pilot season is coming up. If you guys don't know what pilot season is, that is when, like, all the networks start auditioning for their all the networks and streaming services start auditioning for their TV shows so that they can have content for the summer, well, basically for the fall, for 2026 fall season. That's so they start casting and filming and buying shows so that come fall 2026, they got their new shows to roll out. He absolutely would have ate pilot season up. Now he's going to have to sit on TikTok and entertain children. He's an idiot.
Somebody said Ace could have been on Abbott Elements.
No, that's very factual. He absolutely could have done it. He blew it.
Last point I'll make, because you brought up a perfect segue, is basically how everyone is moving. I'll say this. And I hate to say it. I'm not saying change your overall demeanor and how you feel about them. Especially that one name I'm about to say. I just, in this time, kind of want to, acknowledge, like, at least how they've been moving in some respect, but I gotta say, like, Austin and Charlie are, like, some of the only two people who, like, genuinely still are behind the OG Black girls. Like,
here's the thing, because Austin and Charlie are very smart. They are very smart. They see the motion and they're getting behind it. You know who else is very smart? Hold on. There is, and guys, I want to get to my super chats. Do not worry. I want to bring up this comment by Mama Sar. My mom said Jeremiah is making sure that Nick and Alandria knows that he supports them. Now, I don't think that Jeremiah is doing this because he has ulterior motives, right? But what Jeremiah is doing is very smart, because Jeremiah was already eating, but he's going to be able to eat very, very well. Why? Because a best friend opening has just opened up for Nick. And Jeremiah is going to fulfill that. And Ace Rumpelstiltskin is going to have an entire temper tantrum when he sees Jeremiah get everything that he would have received had he remained loyal to Nick. Oh, he's gonna probably hop on another red pill podcast to discuss that. When he sees Jeremiah eating, fool.
To be fair, Jeremiah, because I had to count, and it's only amongst the relevant islanders, mind you. I had to count the amount of people who actually came out the villa and like were positive.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very short list of people. Jeremiah is one of those people. He went to being himself and doing what he wanted and what he loved, and that was his little book club. And I gotta give him that. He stayed out of it, and he's on the rise now, especially with this reunion. But yeah, I just watching that reunion again like had me like, dang, like I'm not trying to give them tens, but like Austin and I believe I know it's from a strategic standpoint, but I genuinely feel like they do. Maybe that's how good they're scamming me.
No.
I don't know.
I actually don't think they're scamming because we watched it in real time. All them white boys on that show did not play about Alandria. They did not play about her. All of them stood 10 toes down at every elimination and said, no, she's not going home. So let's find somebody else. I didn't play about her. TJ said, next. Not that one. Not that one. They did not play about her. And we even talked about it in my live. I was always so gagged. I was like, I cannot believe these white men are fighting for her like this. What is happening in that villa? But what is happening is that Alandria was such a genuine, pure soul, and she loved on everyone. So when it came down to it, when it came time for her to go, everybody was just like, absolutely not. But the only two people who weren't, the only black men in that villa, Ace and Taylor. Ain't that something? The black men that called her their dog. The white boys called her their friend, their sister. They said, that's my dog. And so they was always ready to send her home. But then white boys said, pick somebody else because it won't be her.
I'm telling you, like, I just, and I think it does go to show that, like, Austin and Charlie in particular, they would often cut out these conversations. I think they only showed one or two that Austin had. He had a couple with Orlando where he confided in her and stuff like that. And he talked to Shelly all the time, obviously. But there is actually scenes in the early episodes where Charlie, you could see him talking solo with Shelly, like at the beanbags and stuff like that, and they would never get shown. But yeah, like I said, like I genuinely believe that they genuinely like them. But also like I'm gonna need Charlie on Love Island Games now. Like I was kind of like, look, I was like, okay, yeah, I don't know, he would really give anything. He could be like one of the, probably like, Love Island 6 or Love Island 7, people you could just throw in there as like a throwaway bombshell or a throwaway open spot. Now I'm like, no. Bring him back. Like I did not expect him to wake it up at that reunion, because I will say this about him. He did not have to go out of his way to specifically point out Taylor and dog him out. That was personal. I don't know what.
Charlie has a vendetta because Charlie is just like, I should have still been there. It should have been Taylor. Like, I think Charlie's going to do great on Love Island Games if he gets on there. I think he will, because Charlie's good TV. I think he will.
Right. But yeah, I'll say this one thing. The fact that the reunion was actually good, but the way that they edited made it a bad reunion. I hate that. I hate that I have to go on Twitter and find out that it was actually good.
Yeah.
But it ended up being bad with the final product. And I'm like, I'm tired of having to go on social media to get this information and like rely on that. Shouldn't I be getting everything from the source? Hello?
Yep.
What's the point? What's the point?
Yep.
Anyways, that's it. That's it.
Thank you so much, obviously me, Day One Nicolandria, supporter and Hive. I appreciate your thoughts, and I will see you soon. Thank ya.
Well,
All right, guys, let me get my super chats, and then I'm gonna let y'all get out of here. Super chats. Oh, let me see. I got this one from Nonsense Behavior. A stud's been. Y'all are a mess. Kimberly said for Nikki's blood pressure. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Nonsense Behavior. Thank you, Deborah, for the super sticker. Thank you, Always Prices, for the super sticker. Love you guys. Obviously, me, thank you for the super chat. Obviously, me said Nick loves Ola so much that he's the first white man on Love Island to get the villain edit from production. You ain't never lied. JLB, oh, thank you for the super chat. JLB said one of the lessons learned from this season is that chivalry shouldn't necessarily be equated with good character. Taylor and Ace, also congratulations, Nikki. Thank you so much, JLB. Effie. Thank you for the super chat. Effie said, congrats on 17K. You are a star. Thank you. Nikki, I know you will continue to accomplish amazing things. You deserve all of the blessings coming your way. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. Busola, thank you for the super chat. Busola said Ace sabotages prospects. Hope Shelly is okay. Absolutely. And I hope she gets away. Like, you got to think about yourself and your business and your future. You will not eat with him because he is reckless, he is careless, and he is jealous. You cannot let a jealous man lead you or stand beside you. He will destroy everything you have. I want to get this comment from Nasby. Nasby said, I remember Nikki saying all the potential stuff she foresaw for Ace due to him being a part of Chellace's, having his foundation and his proxy to Nicolandria. Nikki saw him going to Hollywood. Now look, I don't even see him going to a church play. Ace, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you. This, I'm gonna get this coming from Black Fairy also. This is how you rebrand Christianity. Christian influencer. That is your only way. That is your only way. Keep in mind, though, the Christian nut jobs that are going to restore you and support you, you can't switch up on them. They will destroy you. So you might need to become a pastor a lot earlier than intended. This is the only way you rebrand. You better start doing sermons on how the devil played with your mind and made you mess up some big opportunities for yourself, and how you humbled yourself before the Lord. You tell us how you fasted and prayed for 40 days and 40 nights, and how the Lord spoke to you and delivered you of all the evil that was rotting your brain. Tell us how you became a new man, how you're leading out, how you repented, how you repaired those relationships. That is your only way out of this. Good luck. Black Fairy, I also wanted to get this comment. Black Fairy said, do you think that the white guys tried to talk to Ola, but she was hyper-focused on Taylor, so none of the guys tried to talk to her? Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think she even entertained them. That's why it took her so long to even really entertain Nick. I think they probably did. And as somebody earlier mentioned, that Charlie wanted Shelly. I think those guys absolutely did, but I don't think she gave them anything to make them feel comfortable enough to pursue it fully. Also, Shelly and Alandria at the beginning, well, still throughout the whole process, but at the beginning of Love Island, they were very popular. So everybody was coming in trying to get with them. But yeah, I think if Alandria would have been more receptive, she would have had somebody over Taylor. Yeah, they will always redeem an awful black man. That's his only way. That's his only way. Yep, he better call Kirk Franklin and ask him to speak for him. He better call Kirk Franklin, get on that podcast, do some crying, and then he better the best thing for him to do is either star in a Tyler Perry church play or get a guest star role on one of Tyler Perry's TV shows, or a guest star in one or a co-star in one of his films. That's how you're going to have to get back. You got to go to the Kojic Christians, the Kojic Black Christians. Those are the only ones that are going to take you in right away. Them liberal blacks, them progressive Black Christians, you have no door with them. You better start over there with Kojic and Black evangelicals. And that might be your way in, but it's going to have to be heavily faith-based. I don't think you have a legitimate career, at least now. You blew it up. You blew it up. Oh, Ace, we hope you're listening. We're helping you. You better get baptized at Jamal Bryant's church. Yep, we're helping you, young man. We shouldn't. We're helping you. Now, Chrissy. Now, Chrissy. This is the time where we're helping Ace, okay? Mimi said Tyler Perry can't afford someone who doesn't know how. Oh. It's okay. Now, Mimi, I'm going to have to put you on timeout like Mama Star. Lauren said, honestly, he will be fine in a lot of Black spaces as well. Doesn't take much to redeem. Yeah, but if he starts off with the Black Christians, especially the Kojic ones, the evangelical ones, he's good. Me too. First of all, me, you, and Nick, we were all excited for it. I was literally in his comment section like, let's go. Tell your side of the story, King. Wow, was I wrong? Kay said, that's so interesting because the way things were edited on the show, they made it seem like no one was ever interested in Ola besides Tulak and Jalen. Yeah, because they had to craft the story. You know what, Hannah? Thank you. You're right. I redact. Thank you. See? I got to decenter every day, guys, in real time. You see me. I got to recenter every day. It'll creep. That patriarchy will creep up on you. Nas said, whoever Ace goes to, it better be people that the Nicolandria Nation doesn't care about winning over. Better yet, people who are not already Nicolandria fans, because the Nicolandria Hive has shooters everywhere. Period. Oh, Mama Star is coming? Well, tell her to hurry up because I was about to wrap up. Everybody said a Mama Star exclusive, always down for that. Mama Star, do you need, you know what? I'm going to send you, because she's probably trying to find the link in the chat and I don't feel like it. Mom, I'm sending the link directly to your phone. I do not feel like it. Let me know when you drop in. Please make sure you like the video, family. Eve Ripley said, y'all, and Nikki always has me cackling. I swear. We have a good time in here. Yeah, I thought she was going to come up sooner. Nasby said, Nikki, your inner Ola jumped out. I told you, it's a daily thing. I got a daily decenter. Daily. Give yourself that I love a Mama Star experience. Well, you're about to get it. Come on up here, Queen. Speak your piece.
Hi, Star family. Happy Friday. And I would just want to thank you all for all the love and support that you give to NikkiStar TV. Nikki and us. We really appreciate you guys. Thank you. 17K, 20K coming up.
We did it.
So where are we?
I thought you were going to say something. Did you have something to say? Girl,
I just wanted to say that it's so unfortunate that, we're here. Those kids went through a lot in that villa. And, to come out and this is the result of them coming out, as Black people, we go through so much, and just to see how Ace has been manipulated, I feel like, to say that, because that guy, the guy, the Mormon guy, he always was sending the narrative that Nick and Alondria was fake. So, he got with got with Ace, and, he wanted to get the inside scoop. And because Ace looks up to him,
That's
he,
exactly what I was going to say. I think he
yeah,
also put 20 on 10 because he looks up
yeah,
to Speedy.
yeah. And, they showed a clip of them two talking at the Chris Brown
Yeah.
concert, backstage or whatever. And, Ace wanted to make this big impression or whatever,
Yep.
but he was dealing with a lot of envy.
Yeah.
He was dealing with a lot of jealousy,
Yep.
because it started at the table when he realized that they were staying and that him and Shelly was leaving.
Yep.
It was on his face. If y'all look back at that elimination that night,
He was pissed.
he was pissed.
Angry.
Yes, he was. Because he felt like there were so many others that should have went,
Yep.
except for him and Shelly. Also, he already had known the manipulation by the alleged manipulation by the he said the producers was
Yeah.
doing or whatever. So he was feeling that too. So his whole aura was taunting. And when the devil gets a foothold,
Oh,
he'll come in and take over the whole body. And
Yep.
what he did was,
Yep.
Nick was talking to, Ace was talking to this one, and he was talking to that one. And I want you, Star family, to realize when he left, they were just getting back together. When him and Shelly left, when him and Shelly did an interview, Taylor and Clark did an interview, and him and Shelly did an interview. They really did not know the depth of what was going on. And whatever Nick said, he might have said that days before that. But then things transpired.
Yeah.
Like Landria told Shelly, I'm always thinking about other people, but now I'm going to be selfish for myself. And I'm going to lean into this. After she talked with her mother, which she should, her mother advised her, and she said, go for love.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The people love you. His family loves you. Go for love. See what it's about. Y'all are young. If it don't work out, you get another opportunity. Lean into it. And she leaned into it, and he leaned into it. Because y'all not going to tell me those kisses. Oh, Nick was done in the what y'all call it?
The host on the New York Times podcast, she was just like, "You look drunk, Nick." After you
Yes, Nick was looking at her like Nick could have sopped her up like a biscuit that night.
All right.
And only to come back and say, well, we thought about it. No, Landry said she thought about Sierra.
Yeah.
And she was friends with her.
And that's
and the show, I've been said that. I said, well, wait a minute. Now the show done brought him and her back, because the show seen that there was a lot of pressure outside from the people outside of the villa saying Nick and Alandria, Nick and Alandria. So they brought them back, which any show would have done.
Yeah.
Because they had the fan base was behind them.
Very popular.
The show was smart for bringing them back as a couple. And they got rid of Sierra, which Sierra's weird, but they got rid of her because they needed her out of the way.
Yeah.
To be able to make this couple, and this is all alleged. This is what Ace was saying, but this is how shows work. You know what I mean? This is a show. They're putting on show so we could come back and watch it next week.
Yeah.
So this is how it goes. So, it's really unfortunate because I thought that they were cool. Y'all was saying the four, but I thought that it was going to be the three couples that went to Disney, that they was just going to be bro and the girls was going to be cool, and we was going to see, another show from that. From
but
the
they're not wise enough to know that that's what
they could have had. They could have had another bag. They could have had another big bag.
Real quickly, Mama, Busola says if he came for love, then why is he so mad that he didn't stay longer? He got his love with Shelly. I guess it's still for clout with him.
Right. Because he said that. He said,
He
I'm not mad. He
and
said,
he
I
also
got,
said he wanted to leave week 2. He's lying. He's lying.
right.
Ace
He
wanted
said
to
that
win.
I'm not mad. I don't need the money. I don't need the this and I don't need the clout and I don't need that. I got what I came for. So if you got what you came for, what is this big ruckus? But my
Because he
heart
wanted it to
is
be him. He wanted it to be him.
right. And when he got out the villa and saw how big Nicolandria was, and he thought it was supposed to be him and Shelly as the biggest, he couldn't handle it. But
Mhm.
what I hope would happen is this. I would hope that there would be some kind of redemption. I don't know that they would be back close again, but I just want him to humble his little behind and come and apologize for what he
He
did.
needs to.
He need to apologize, and even if they don't be friends again, he need to man up and come on there and say, "Listen, guys, I shouldn't have went in. I didn't really know what I was talking about. I thought blah 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 blah. Whatever he can use, and say I did bad and do a press run with that, saying that I did, and I hope that they could find in their heart somewhere down the line. Mama Star is in the building, Tish. That I can find somewhere down the line, if they can find in their heart somewhere down the line to forgive me. I wish them all the best.
Yeah.
And just come
The
with
only way.
something like that. Yeah, because this affects Shelly as well.
Yeah.
That's her man, and people are going to associate her with him. I don't care how you slice it. And so it's messing with her bag, it's messing with her friendship. Because now, if I was a Landria's mother, I'm definitely going to say, don't trust her.
Yeah.
Don't trust her. I think you need to keep it at a minimum and pull back. You know what I mean? Because anything you say could be used against you.
And again, it's not even because because I said that as well, but it's not even because I think she's a bad person. It's because she's connected to somebody who wants
Bingo.
to harm her best friend.
That's right.
Like she
Yeah.
she's inadvertently dangerous because she's connected to Ace, and it's
Exactly. Exactly. And that's you're guilty by association.
yeah,
So that's exactly where I would come from as a Landria's mother. I would say, back up, back up. I
yeah,
know you love her and all that because y'all was just together. How come he didn't have no conversation with you after the party and say, Alandria, I want to talk to you about something? Why did he have to take it on, and
lying, mom. That's the thing,
yeah,
and that's so sad.
yeah,
Even
yeah,
if he does apologize, like Lauren said, I would make peace and move on. Couldn't be
right,
his friend because
right. That's
like
what I'm saying to make
those
peace and move on.
lies, like how could you
Yeah.
just lie so easy like that just because you're angry? That
And
is
deep.
very scary.
But that wasn't just a lie. That was deep written envy.
Yep.
That was envy because he felt like I came on there with the most followers. I had the money.
Hmm.
I got my girl and I did this and and y'all gave it to the quote unquote white boy.
Hmm.
So when he was trying to tell Olandria, he was trying to pull Olandria away from Nick to make it a black versus, but the man loved her. He head over heels over the girl.
Hmm.
Now, if that's a fake, they should have been cast him and stuff because he's a good actor. If that's a fake, he'd be out somewhere. He said, "Y'all want to see Landria?" And he calling Landria, "I love you," and all this and that. Like, come on,
He told the
Ace.
interviewer she got herself a cowboy.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm what she wanted.
He said, y'all, show me, help me, help me. She said she wanted to ride a cowboy. Show me, show me, show me. He was trying to find, like, these things that he's saying are fake. These are things that happen when you're exploring each other, when when you're starting to date and
Mhm.
it's just so new. These are things that happen. And the man, and Landria can't keep herself together. Honey, Nick came on there, he said, I bought you a yacht. She said, huh? What? What? That was you?
Who
I
scams
mean,
and puts money in your pocket? That's the crazy thing. Like, how is he scamming and he's making her wealthy?
no, he's jealous that whatever he thought
Hmm.
was going to happen, it didn't. And these people love her. They love her. And
I
who
want
don't love Alandria?
Khaleesi said this. The white boy didn't even win. That's the crazy thing.
But
He
yes,
didn't
he did.
win.
But yes,
You're
he
not mad
did.
at Brian. He won over
Yeah.
you. You're
But
mad at
yes, he did. Because he really won. He is the winner.
me.
Because Amaya and Brian, they gave it to them or whatever. They gave it to them. And they ain't even together. The show feels so stupid now. But they gave it to them. But the winners are Nick and Landria. Because who are we still talking about? Who are we still gagged about? The show been over. We still on them. What
Yeah.
did Simply Simone say?
She said the podcast caused so much harm to Ola and Nick. The lies, the harassment to them and their families, the potential harm to our reputations. There's no
Hmm.
coming back from that. Even if he apologizes, I
Well,
absolutely
it's no coming back, but what he needs to do to
yeah, he needs to
be,
do that. Yeah.
he needs to apologize. He really do. And y'all said that he needs to get Kirk Franklin or
Yeah.
Jamal Brown. I think he needs to get Darius Daniels.
I don't know. I don't want him involved in that.
My pastor would really pray for
I
him because
don't want him
my
involved
pastor
in
is a
that.
man's man.
I don't want him involved in that mess.
Well, then
A
get Jamal Bryan.
Wonderful Life said Nick and Ola thought they had a built-in family for their move to LA, and now that's ruined. Yep.
But that's okay. That's okay. She could get her own place, and her man will pay for it.
Yep.
Her man will pay for it. And he might even they might even move in together, but she don't want that. But she was going to move. Her and Shelly was moving to LA to move in together.
She kept on saying it. She kept on saying that she would love for her and Shelly to be roommates. That can
But that means that they had talked about that because Shelly did say, I am moving
Mhm.
to LA. She
Yeah,
needs to move to LA where all the opportunity is.
she is.
And
Shelly needs to, but this is the thing. It's gonna be so sad because Shelly's gonna move to LA. Ace is from here. A girl, leave
yeah.
that boy alone. Jennifer says, meanwhile, the actual winner did scam Amaya. LMAO. But this is the thing. It's like Nick didn't win. Brian won. Brian actually scammed. He scammed the game and won over Ace. Ace is still friends with Brian.
And he also bought a used Rolex watch with the money that he said he was giving to charity.
Charity, yeah. Everybody was asking, did they get that to charity? The charity was them, y'all.
Okay. He got the money, and I said, "Oh my gosh, I'm so glad he did not say no. He wasn't going to give her half of the money. We could spend it together." I'm glad he didn't say that. But
Me too,
he said,
Shoni.
"Listen, she
I
got me to win the money. Here we go."
split it with her. I do too, Shoni. I think they would. I think they need to split their time between New York and LA. New York looks good on them. LA is going to pay them. So I think they need to split their time. But I think New York needs to be their home base because it looks good on them, especially as models. That's where they need to be. New York looks good on them. Um. Fire and Flame says, yes, when Sierra started talking negatively about Nicolandria, Shelly went out and hung out with her. Would anyone do that after their friend talked bad about the other? Listen, again, we don't know what happened there because remember, Nick just unfollowed Huda and she has been awful to Alandria. So I think we need to just give everybody in this situation grace, except for Ace, because we don't know what conversations they had with Alandria. We don't, Alandria is somebody who is just starting to put herself first. So we don't know if Alandria was just like, oh no, I'm fine, it's cool. Like, no, you don't have to not be friends
Hmm.
with her because of me. Like, I feel like she would probably do something like that because as the eldest sister, she is used to taking care of everybody and making sure everybody feels loved and protected, even if it's denying herself. So they could probably still be in these friendships because Alandria was just like, oh, it's fine. Don't, I don't think that Alandria would be the kind of girl to be like, please don't be friends with them because that person hurt me. And if you decide to have that relationship, then this relationship has to go. I don't think that she will say that because she is so used to putting everybody first. She kind of would probably just hope and expect that people will put her first,
Yeah.
like she puts everybody else first. But unfortunately, for people who tend to put everybody first above them, those people rarely look out for you. And that's
Hmm.
just because you've made the relationship where it's you're okay, you don't need anything, and you will always be there. So they are not looking out for you because that relationship has not been established. They should, but you have made yourself the strong friend.
And also, give them some grace. They just got together. Um, they would, like they keep on saying, they keep saying this themselves. We were in the villa. We're just outside of the villa trying to navigate things. They're navigating a relationship and careers, a new career. New life is what they're navigating. They went in the villa one way and they're coming out a whole different way. They're young. Let them grasp what's going on. It's too much expectation from them, and they just
And
got
it's
out the
also like it's so much
villa.
expected of Shelly and none of Austin. They're all still friends with Austin.
Yeah.
Nobody has, jumped on them for being friends with Austin. They just all stopped being friends with Huda.
Okay.
Let's give Shelly the same break, if not more.
And Huda kept pushing them.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't care. She kept pushing the envelope.
I agree with that, Busola.
Yeah, me too.
Miss Maki says Shelly needs to open her DMs. I know some. Listen, the whole WNBA is in there. Black Theory said, I assume that everyone had work obligations, so they have to be in close proximity. Absolutely. Up until the reunion, they were still under a heavy contract with the show.
Yeah.
And they were required to do press. That's
because
why I don't know what's
did.
going on with Ace, because he was supposed to do press and he didn't do it.
Well, I said this before, and I'm gonna say it again. Ace is he's working on a lawsuit. I believe that the way he moved and what he was saying in that interview, if he's not working on a lawsuit, he better get ready for getting sued, because he said a lot of things in that interview that he signed an NDA against. He revealed some things that he shouldn't have talked about. So either he's preparing a lawsuit, allegedly, or he's going to get a little lawsuit across him.
Honestly,
because
I don't know what that kid is thinking. I wouldn't even put that he's preparing for a lawsuit, because we realize he's not that smart. He's not that smart.
I don't think so. I think that he is smart, because it seems like he was collecting all of his stuff and while he was on the show, and he had gotten that. But I think the guy is who he looks up to, and I believe that the guy was asking him, now tell me about Nick and Alandria, and he was telling him
I can
stuff.
absolutely see that happening, which is why I don't think he's that smart.
Right.
Because he let that man set him up and lose everything. And
okay.
Because now Speedy is losing everything, because everybody could see very clearly through that interview that it was a hit job by both of those men on NiCoLandria.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it was. I'm going to get a few comments that I highlighted in some super chats. Busola said, has the political poisoned every aspect of life, even reality TV shows? Because season 6 had a major joyous reception. This is absolutely happening because of the political climate. It's also happening because young men and unfortunately young women are heavily red pilled. So they're coming on this show with these very warped ideas of how relationships should be. And we are just getting some very toxic people. And it's going to be like that for a while. Like I said, if Kamala Harris was the president, Love Island wouldn't look like this, because the political climate affects everything, even down to our media.
Yeah.
So I think it absolutely has everything to do with that as well. Kimberly said, I have laughed so much today, Nikki. I'm recovering from a terrible loss, and the joy I get from your show helps me get through another day. Thank you for allowing me in your space. Big hug, energy, and thank you so much. You are so sweet. Thank you for this. And I thank you for being a part of the SAR family. You are so fun, so positive. You are such a light here within the SAR family. And so I want to thank you for choosing me to be a part, to be somebody that you allow me into your life. I really thank you for that. And I thank you for being a part of the SAR family.
And big hug energy back to you as well, my love.
Big hug energy back to you. I don't know if I got this, but I'm gonna get this. Again, obviously me. Thank you for the super chat. Obviously me said NICOLANDRIA gonna be the last couple standing, and you're right about it. K Prep, thank you for the super chat. K Prep said this makes me side eye AMPR group. I guess red pill creators are profitable now, so maybe he'll be fine. I'm gonna give a little bit of grace to AMPR group because I don't think they knew that he was going to do this. I don't think that they knew that that boy was going to tank everything because now their name is soiled.
Yeah.
I don't think they knew that. One the Mill, thank you for the super chat. One the Mill said, Nikki, I just completed week 1 of that job. You all prayed for me.
Woo!
I love it. Thank you all. Hashtag prayer warriors. Amen. Congrats, One the Mill. You are so deserving. And shout out to the Star family. We got another prayer through. Won't he do it? Yes, he will. Give Me Shelter said, do you all think that the network will go after Ace? As of right now, I don't think so. Here is why. Right now, the show is losing a lot of, the show is like in the dumps. You know, it's lost a lot of favor with the audience. So in the court of public opinion, I don't think it would be smart to go after Ace. And also, he's such a little fish in a big pond. He hasn't caused too much because he's getting a lot of backlash and people are actually defending the show against him. So I don't think they are because I just don't think it would be a smart move. Mm-hmm. I don't think it would be a smart move. Let's get a couple more comments and then I'm going to let y'all get out of here. Devonda said, facts, Nikki, especially the social implications of this season. It felt like Jim Crow Island. This season as a viewer, this season was a case study for psychology. Absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to end right here with Maxine, who says, anyone who tries to take down NICOLANDRIA right now, well, what? Will crumble. Will crumble. That is it for us, Star family. I love y'all, but this has to be a record.
This almost 5 hours.
This has to be a record.
Star family.
I told you, I have already been getting in trouble by the replay gang for these lives being so long. So let me get out of here. And thank you all for sticking with me so late. I know it's really late for my East Coast subscribers and my international subscribers, but I love you all. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for getting me to 17K. Woo, 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 woo. Make sure you like the video, share if you care, and I will see you soon for something else. Love ya.
Love y'all.
Bye, guys. Oh my God. Almost 5